got it backwards. I never want to talk about it. One problem.
But tonight, there's a bunch of people here from my street, Hyde Park. And as you know, it's a huge problem and everything they say is true. And something needs to be done. If we have to come here every meeting to complain about it, because the person there will not comply, will not listen. And if we don't go through with foreclosure, if we don't go through with whatever we can, this person will continue their apartment building. They'll bring back RVs. They'll continue all the illegal things they've been doing on this street. And also I noticed it's April 1st. And if we had done the RV program properly, most of these RVs should be gone by now, but you really don't see anybody moving. And that's a huge issue too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
The next
I do
person.
want to mention the end of equestrian season is usually the end of April. So it can run from November through April.
The next person is Frank Standish.
Good evening, everyone. Frank Standish, 15410 North Road. Yeah, it's about code. I don't expect y'all to respond to it, you know. But there's a cancer, as you see, growing bigger and bigger along Okeechobee. And now it's spread throughout the town. And it's these semis. You know, we have to put a time limit on our code cases. 2 years or more is reasonably, you know, enough time for something to go through the paces of what an owner in town could do with their property. Well, when everything runs out on all their options, nothing happens. Town staff puts the brakes on everything, sweeps it on the rug, throws it in the back because they think different. The town residents do not want commercial in Okeechobee. That was definitely clear and open back when the overlay took place. It's even documented. If you go on the town's website, there's the recording of the last meeting on YouTube that was done in Wellington with the Treasure Coast person running the meeting, where 21 people got up and stated no commercial, and only one person stood up for commercial. So it's pretty obvious what's going on, and please try to look into it and because it'll eliminate a lot of problems throughout the whole town. Now we got big trucks running down our small side streets that can't handle the size and the weight. So our streets are just getting torn up. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
We now have Miss Sandy Schaefer.
Sandy Schaefer, 1095 Hyde Park Road. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, except the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. We've been coming here for almost 7 years, complaining about basically the same thing and always leaving hopeful, okay, because you guys say to us, you know what, this time we're going to do this. If you help us, I can tell you that everybody on my street has helped you with pictures, with video, everything, with our time, with our patience. And you've helped us one time. You gave us a roundabout sign when we had many people, us included, almost killed coming around the pond the wrong way. People were coming around wrong. So we got that sign. But now that you are cleaning up the pond, which is beautiful, by the way, you're doing a great job, thanks to the FEMA money. That sign is now gone. I hope you put it back up because that's the only thing that we have to show for all of our efforts of coming down here. I'm here about 1032, and I'm going to say it is not a code issue. It is a health issue. I can't be the only person in Loxahatchee Groves that suffers with an illness, an autoimmune illness. I struggle every day to be healthy as I am. This person at this residence is being allowed to dump horse manure by the dump truck loads into a pond that is feet away from the canal that your people are working on, that's the drainage canal that's going out to the pond. We are all on wells. I came down here to the city last week. When I saw it, I had pictures. I also had an email from the Florida Department of Environmental that we called. They came out here immediately because it was so offensive. I was told that Loxahatchee Groves has nothing, we can't do anything about it, that nothing can be done. I think if people in this town knew, because by and large, most of the people who have horses do the right thing. They put it in the concrete, it's hauled off. But the people at 1032 don't do anything like that. This is the first time that they are openly spreading it. It is awful. I was also told now that the town is trying to work with them. This is horrible. You've never worked with the people who get permits, who do the right thing, but you're going to work with this one. And it's just not fair. So anyway, that's my thing. And I think that the people have a right to know. And I don't know if it's not going to get out through here, maybe the newspaper, maybe the television station. Somebody needs to know that open dumping of sewage, and this person also has pigs. It's being dumped right into a pond. People need to know if you're going to do anything about it or not.
Thank you for your comment.
The next person is Mr. Doug Shaper.
Doug Shaper, 1095 Hyde Park Road. Just to piggyback off what Sandy said, we've been dealing with this for 7 years. It started off at 1102, and you've now let that precedent take over to the neighbor to the south, 1032, and it just keeps steamrolling down the road. Okay, so he's got a PUD going up over there. I think you're allowed a groomsman quarter per stable stall. I'm not a horse person, but I think that's what it is. He's got an apartment complex there, contributing to the sewage problems he's done, the fill, everything else. And like my wife said, he's now dumping trailer loads of this stuff out there. We have pictures of it. He's washing it off into public drainage. At what point is enough enough? We can't deal with it anymore. Like my wife said, if public recognition needs to be made, we'll call them out here. We have some people next to me that have some clout, and they'd be glad to join us. So either use the tools you adopted, the Palm Beach County ULDC. Am I correct? Can anybody answer that?
I want to speak on that, if you don't mind.
Right.
We actually have an item tonight that will make us be able to change certain codes in the ULDC, because when we became a town, we took some codes from other municipalities that didn't really fit properly. And in order to change anything in the ULDC, we need 4 votes for everything, every time. So I do believe we have a tool now in
had 'em.
tonight's meeting to try to move forward to be able to make these quick changes in our ULDC, because I've been asking the same questions as you.
Well, how is it every agency I call tells me the same thing? We would be all over this, except you're under the jurisdiction of the town. If we go back to the county rules, we wouldn't be here right now. And so what I suggest, why don't I call for a referendum that we dissolve this farce and go back under the county rule where we can all have at least some protection. I remember years ago when every one of us would go to the county commission meetings in force, and we'd get our way.
And
Because
you'll
we stood
get
up in
it by
force.
Wellington or Westlake. That's why we became a town, to protect ourselves. So like, as I said, we're a town since '06. I've been asking the same questions that you're asking tonight, why we can't get these things done. So without saying too much about
I could
code,
probably get a show of hands right now.
I'm sure you will.
If you'd like to
Yeah.
do that, sir, you're 3 minutes, you can do whatever you want with that.
Yeah, can I get a show of hands? Anybody in favor of dissolving this farce?
Yeah, let's talk about.
There you go, there you go. Thank you very
dissolving
much.
the town.
Yeah, you fully understand what I'm saying? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, like I said, my next step is to bring this public and expose all of this hilarity that is harming people. I got a wife with an issue, and I have to watch and see what's going on and then smell it and then worry about this, and we're on wells and aquifers and you're letting this go right down the public waterways? Enough's
So
enough,
is it
people.
appropriate, Mr. Torcivia, for you to comment on where this stands in codes, that these people can know that the process is moving along? Or, I mean, is there anything you can say without jeopardizing the case by speaking about it in front of council?
I know there are pending fines, and in general, the way code enforcement works is pending fines will just keep running and running and running until one of two things usually happens, three things. Either the property comes into compliance, in which case the fines will stop. And then if it's in compliance, a person has the right to ask for a reduction, let's say $100,000 fines that's maybe accrued. Or that fine is a lien on the property. And if that person ever goes to sell or refinance their property, they're gonna have to pay off that lien, like when you go to closing and you have liens on your property. And the third option is the option of foreclosure. In foreclosure, the town just adopted a policy on that, and that is something that the magistrate has authorized looking into at the code hearing, and the council might consider it at some point. But one thing you think about in foreclosure is there a lien ahead of yours? And I think the property you're talking about, there is a large lien ahead of the town's lien. So foreclosure isn't the end all be all, but it's an option.
Okay, good. Pursue
And-
that option. And then at the very least, if it gets brought into compliance, that means removing the 60, 80, 100 yards of clay fill he put on there to change the topography. He broke every FEMA floodplain law there was. Plus he's running an apartment complex and renting and the trailers and everything else. To bring it back into compliance, tear the top half of that building off, make it a barn like it's supposed to be. Get the renters out of there. Get the feces running off of everything.
And is there anything?
Bring-
that
bring
you
it
can-
back.
You can say, Francine, from what's being done without jeopardizing the case?
Yeah, as soon as we threatened foreclosure, they immediately hired an attorney and started making some of the changes that we asked for. As you and your neighbors know, we have sent our staff out there daily, and we appreciate you all sending your videos and your pictures and making your calls to us. As we go out there each day, we get a little bit more of the story. The building they're doing the FDA, and they also are changing the building. The building will not have the apartments in it anymore. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just saying they're working with the town to come into compliance, and we send someone out there just about every day when you call. And without having threatened foreclosure, we have never gotten this far. That's what I can tell you.
Then remove the clay, bring it back to the original floodplain regulations. That's the only way you're going to bring it back into compliance.
They're in
Because you-
process of a floodplain.
No. You don't understand me. Take it back to where it was. Take it back to where it was. Because he's adversely affected everybody around him.
The
That's compliance. And
So-
start from scratch and make him get the FDA to start. Then he can do the floodplain, everything else he's got to do.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but you can't actually make someone start from scratch, but you can make them come into compliance.
You can also make them tear it back down. About 20 years ago in Jensen Beach, they took down an entire apartment complex.
And again, I don't think that we are really allowed to talk about too much more than I already have, but
Then think about it.
I think we're aware of cases that do that, and we're just trying to work with their attorney and get them into compliance.
Don't let off the fines.
We are not letting off the fines. The fines do not go away. That-
Don't mitigate them. Don't reduce them. Every penny.
That property is running fines at a pretty steep pace.
Every penny.
And it is not up to the staff to reduce those fines. So you won't see us recommending any reduction.
All right. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
The next person is Tama Norman.
Hi, Tama Norman, and I'm at 2226 F Road. I just wanted to know if anybody knew about the FP&L, all those boxes and underground utilities, because I know F Road's never gotten done. The staking got done about 2 years ago. Stakes are gone. Nothing else has happened. I just wanted to know, since I gave them permission for an easement, where that is at.
So they started the project.
Mhm.
they ran into easement trouble in a number of areas, so they abandoned us. We are currently in the process of kind of letting them know very vocally that we want them back. We met with them 2 council meetings
Yeah.
ago, and had
Mhm.
them here and told them in no uncertain terms that we want that project to start back
Okay.
immediately. So
Yeah, that or I want
we
my
are putting
property
as much
back.
pressure on as we can. It's our understanding that once they abandon a project, it's very difficult to get them to come back, but we are putting the pressure on.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it did sound like they were planning on finishing the project, but there was also a lawsuit on B Road that kind of put the brakes on stuff as well.
Okay, all
So that's over. So hopefully we can move forward.
right, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for coming.
I can't make out the name, but the address is 266 B Road. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Just state your
Sammy.
name for the record, please.
Sammy.
We got together at the end, no problem.
Sammy,
Good
are
evening
you
and
timing?
good evening and thank you for giving me these 3 minutes. I'm sensitive to what the mayor mandate and not talk about code, so I'm going to not use that word, hopefully. I'm here because I'm going to implore the town council to try to save the Loxahatchee groves that I found when I bought my ranch about 4 years ago. I see that disappearing, and I see it when I drive around. We're, for whatever reason, we're just failing to enforce rules and regulations that are for the good of everyone. And when I did my ranch, I sat with a gentleman who I think is retired now. He was the public works director that sat me down, nice man, and said, Mr. Yan, you're going to have to go through a FEMA land plan and a water retention plan. You're going to have to do this and this and this and have a sewer system that's proficient. And the aggregate cost of all that was about $350,000. I did it because he looked me in the eye and he said, everybody has to do it. And it's for the good of everybody. So I went forward and did it. Now we have a neighbor down the street that has decided that he's just going to have sewage just run right into the ground. And he also has now piped a pipe out to the canal. So if it doesn't go into the ground, it goes out to the canal. You can drive by. I do. You can just see it spitting right into the waterway. He's also got multiple single-family homes on the property. Such as they are, they're not permitted. They're not to code. I don't think they have working kitchens or bathrooms. I want to say that this presentation to you, which is going to be 3 minutes or less, is not to throw your staff under the bus. They are lovely people. I've been with Francine. I've been with code enforcement. They get it. They understand. They're cooperative. They're polite. They're nice people. But there is a disconnect somewhere. And we are losing the thing that makes Loxahatchee Groves great. And I want to stress to you, I'm not here to try to entice you to make it into Wellington or Palm Beach Gardens or any such thing. I think the character of the land and of the properties is such that that's why people are attracted here. But I will give you photographs of things that are not attractive, that just are not addressed. One thing that was, though, a few years ago, and how I started this, I met with Francine. Again, it's lovely. And we had a man doing a truck stop at the end of our street. Not only were the 18-wheelers rolling in, but if you paid attention to it, the guys that were driving the trucks had no bathroom to use. Let your imagination wander as to what they did. Number two, I walked by one day and they were changing the oil. Do you know how they changed the oil? They just did it and let it run right into the ground. Period. That's how they changed the oil on 18-wheel trucks. One truck rolled in, did it. Another one rolled in and did it. Then they moved and they made a little hole somewhere else and let the oil run into the ground. I drink the water from that location. It's about 1,800 feet from my well. That is wrong. Francine was kind enough to clamp down with code enforcement, did a wonderful job. That guy's now out of business, no more truck stops. But I drive around this weekend and last weekend, and I see trucks on other locations. So it started up all over again. We've got to somehow get hold of this. And I'm not blaming anybody, but I am telling you that I'm a developer, I'm in the real estate business. We're losing is that me?
Go ahead and finish your
Yeah.
We're losing our town, we're losing our quiet enjoyment. And very quickly, I'm going to give you some photographs.
Motion to file and receive.
I make a motion.
Second.
Yes. Second.
Favor.
Aye.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this first page. Oh, 100%.
You're preaching to the choir, sir.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, okay. Then Can we, look, I don't want to talk about individual issues. Can we do anything to try, or maybe some of these are under fines right now, but I've owned my ranch for 4 years. None of this is new. This is all 4 years old. A couple of these, Francine has told me, and she's a great lady. She said they know it. They promised they're going to clean it up. Guess what? These folders are 2 days old. They haven't touched it.
So
We are
just
we losing real estate value here when it should be escalating. We are losing our quality of life here. I don't care if the rooster crows down the street. That's great. That's one of the reasons I like it. But I don't want to hear a drill press going for 8 hours a day. I'm hearing it now, right across the street. This stuff has to stop. So I know my 3 minutes are up. I'm sorry. I've been here before. I won't come back.
We have
But
questions.
No,
we gotta do
please,
something.
please do come back, but just briefly, I had a conversation just before this meeting tonight with the attorney and the town manager about my frustrations, as yours are, with the process of code and why it takes so long. So one of the reasons why we took a vote about 6 months ago is to start instituting foreclosures because our code process had no teeth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
There was
do.
none. So about 6 months ago, we put the foreclosure ordinance in. Okay, so now we can foreclose on properties. So we do have a number of properties in town that are over the $100,000 that we put that as our threshold. And those are all being investigated for foreclosure by our attorneys, and they're all in different phases of that process. I can't be very specific,
You don't.
but many of the ones that you have in the pictures qualify for this. And so the problem is with code, right? You have the code complaint, you go to the place, they get a certain number of days to rectify it. They don't rectify it in a lot of cases, like in Hyde Park. They just basically say, forget you, we're not going to do it. But you have to let that, by law, you have to let that amount of time go by. Then you set up a magistrate meeting, which is another 30 days or 45 days. Then they go to the magistrate, then the magistrate gives them another 30 or 45 days to come. So there's a legal process that is extremely frustrating.
I know,
for
Mrs.
all of
Mayor,
us.
and you're so kind to take this time, and I'm sorry about being over 3 minutes, and I hear you. But I gotta tell you, I own property in Monroe County, Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County, Martin County. No place in Florida, South Florida, has this issue to this degree. When I have a violation somewhere, I get a letter, I get a notice, I get a phone call, I get hassled. Hassle makes me do something. Might not work here with everybody, but I suspect that many people don't even get a tag notice. I leave palm fronds out in front of my ranch 3 days before the pickup, and I get a tag on my gate. But my neighbor goes ahead and drills and puts his sewer into the water, and nobody sends him a letter. Nobody gives him a call. What I'm told, and I'm sure it's true, is we can't go through the gate. Because we can't go through the gate, we can't deal with this guy. That's insane. Doesn't happen anywhere else. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose the beauty here and the freedoms here. But I'm imploring you to do something. And just talking about it isn't good enough. And I think you're hearing from the group that I heard before me that this is coming to a head now. We don't want to lose the town that we have. We don't want to lose the lifestyle that we have. But it is fading rapidly. And all you have to do is take your car and drive around. I took these photos in 15 minutes. I didn't drive every street, but every street I drove, I could take a photograph and give it to you, every single one.
The
That's-
town has these 20 times over, trust me.
Well, that's not a great
I've
commentary.
taken them
So,
as
no,
well.
I appreciate it.
So I have a question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. But you said sewage is going into a canal. And I need you to make sure that they're aware of
Oh, they're aware.
that, because that you,
They're
I
aware.
don't know if
the-
it's a
the-
previous property we were
This
talking
issue
about.
is in code enforcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we are very frustrated, asking the same questions, asking, why do these things happen in other towns and they get done right away? One of our problems is, yes, we have acreage. So we have 5 acres. So it's not like in Westlake,
I
you
know.
could see what your neighbors are
But I
doing.
want to say with
So
respect.
that's part of the
I want to say
problem.
with respect to you, fine or the threat of foreclosure is irrelevant if I get cancer because I'm drinking water that somebody has put oil down into the water table or they put sewage down. It doesn't matter to
We
me.
get
The
it.
fine doesn't matter. I want that stopped. And
We get it.
wait a minute, somebody's got to be more aggressive about these violations. I don't want to hear anymore about it's 5 acres, 10 acres, the gate is locked. It's cancer and disease and illness is a serious matter. It has to trump some of this stuff, and somebody's got to figure it out. I'm sorry, but that answer just doesn't cut it.
I'm just saying that unfortunately with the 5 acres, you can't just get the evidence right away. That's what I was trying to say, as you can in small towns on an acre and a quarter.
This is no disrespect, and I'm going to shut up after this. I had code enforcement out to look at this neighbor with my neighbor across the street on April 17th. The tag, if it went out, was on Monday of this week. That's 44 days from the day we brought somebody's attention to the day that there was a tag. Now, I know they're busy. I know they're up their eyeballs. They
No,
got
it's no excuse.
No, there is an excuse because they're overworked and understaffed and working their butt off. There's no question. And they're nice people. I'm not doing this to get them in trouble. I'm telling you that we have to be more proactive and we have to be more aggressive. Within the confines of the law, something's got to happen. It's going to happen
It's
because
been a
people are not
problem
going to put
getting
up.
good code enforcement officers. It's been a problem.
Well, I think the one you have is great. I think the one before that was great. We got to figure out a solution. That's all. Thank you so
Agreed.
much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you
for
to
your
all of
time
you.
and your comments. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comments for the non-agenda items.
Thank you. All
So,
right,
so may I say something?
of course.
So this is an ongoing issue that obviously a lot of people have dealt with, some more successfully than others. I would adamantly disagree that this is a ULDC problem. This is an application problem and a management problem. And I know as we go forward over the next few months, we're going to be discussing the town manager's performance targets, hopefully, because that's something that we have failed as the executive board to bring forward successfully in the past. And I think code enforcement is going to be a hot issue that I think is easily measured as far as success goes as we move forward in the next couple months, setting those parameters into place. That's my comment. Thank you.
May I?
Sure.
Then I'm here because of code enforcement, because this town started out with selective code enforcement. If they didn't like you, you'd be getting code enforcement knocking on your door. Okay, so finally that has quelled. Our problem, I do not agree with Ms. El Remy. I've been up here for 7 years. I think we need an attorney with teeth. Okay, and you will hear me speak of that later this afternoon, because we need to go by what our attorney says. We are not attorneys up here. Okay, we need a law firm that is going to guide us in the right direction and get stuff done. And personally, I'm tired of kicking this code enforcement can down the road. So I do not agree with you. I think the management has been doing a great job. I think we have been a little too lenient, keeping people on, like the previous public works director. I did not agree that I don't feel he was the same with everybody. And I think our problem is in-house, but it's a little deeper than just our
All
town
right.
manager.
To your point.
Okay, hold on a second. Paul had his light on.
I can
Oh, I'm
go
sorry,
after
Paul.
this, it's fine.
Okay.
I can go after this.
So to your point, I understand that sometimes the town attorney is enlisted in the code enforcement and the magistrate hearings, and sometimes they're not. I understand that our policies and procedures are lacking and they're not followed regularly, and that the paperwork is often either non-existent or improper, which prevents code enforcement from being successfully applied.
Or an interpretation issue. Their interpretation.
I
Never
don't think that our attorney interprets. I think in that case, it's the magistrate at that
I'm
point.
sorry, you understand? How do you understand this?
I've listened to some of the magistrate hearings. We had the last one with 36 RV ordinances. A case comes forward. The magistrate asked for the paperwork because the town requested a continuance. The town attorney was not present. And the town did not have the green cards for the certified return receipts necessary for a continuance. So that was actually a postponement. So we spent money for the special magistrate to sit there, for the code enforcement officer to sit there, and for Mr. Kurtz to sit there, and to get absolutely nowhere.
They didn't hear anyone?
No one, not one case was brought forward. So this is not an attorney problem. This is still a management problem because our town attorney is an officer of the town. They report directly to us. That has never happened. This has always been a problem with communication of what's actually happening and us being somewhat in the dark on some things and not clearly understanding others. And I think that We have had the employment model now for 6 years, I believe. And we have never really succeeded as the executive board in providing the direction and the targets for staff to hit for us to get the results that we're looking for in this town. I could also go deeper into the situation in code enforcement. I understand we've had quite the turnover. I don't understand what the training problem is. I would like us as council to see the policies and procedures that are in place for that code enforcement when it's done and how it's handled. And is the town attorney reviewing these things? Is it something we want them to do to make sure that we do have all that paperwork moving forward? So when we get to the point of foreclosure on these properties, we do have everything in place that we know we're going to be more likely to be successful. I yield to Paul. Oh,
If I may,
Oh, please do.
because I was incorrect as to what happened at the code enforcement meeting.
The magistrate meeting, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so
the
please correct,
special- the
please
special-
correct the
The
record.
special magistrate meeting, what occurred was we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 cases that were tentatively on the agenda. There were findings of fact and prosecutions and potential fines levied in about 12 cases. There was something on the order of 30 cases that were to be continued. But rather than go through, and the reason they were to be continued is because those people had made application or put in an affidavit. And we anticipate that when we go through the review process, they will be in a situation in which they are going to get an affidavit of compliance because they are attempting to comply. So with respect to those cases, we made a determination rather than go through and have the special magistrate actually issue a continuance and we prove up the notice of service and all those kind of things and have those matters continued to June, we thought it would be more efficient to have the cases re-noticed if in fact they are not into compliance. So that was a decision that we made for economy so that we did not spend a couple hours going through and saying, here's the notice, all those kind of things with respect to those cases. That's why they were not continued, but they were, they're still in the system. And if we have to go through another hearing, we will give them a notice of hearing. And the cost of doing the notice of hearing versus the cost of providing all those continuances is going to work out in our favor because the chances are that out of those 30 some cases, 90% of them or more will get affidavits of compliance because they are in the application process. And we now need to verify the information that they have provided us to. So with respect to that hearing, we had about 50 cases that we are handling. And as I said, the folks that did not come in and had not made contact with us and were trying to, that they are still in violation, we had a violation determination. Those folks were given an amount of time to come into compliance by the special magistrate. And if they don't come into compliance within that date, they will face potential fines of up to $250 a day. And all of that is reflected in an order that was sent to them so that if they don't come into compliance, they will be on a hearing in the future.
Okay, thanks for that info.
Thank you for clearing up the record.
Yep. And now, is that the continuation of these RV resort, or sorry, RV codes that I understand there's over 200 of these that are outlying in the NOV stage?
We are in the process of trying to get over 200 cases processed.
now are code complaints being processed that are coming in and continuing to come in, even though the town seems to be focusing on the RV?
The answer
Are-
to that is yes.
Yes.
Mr. Kurtz does not supervise code, but I did have him jump in on RVs because we're undermanned on it. We have done code. We have done code on a number of the properties that you're talking about. And I've been using Public Works to go out and do code because we are understaffed to keep up with the complaints.
Okay, I didn't bring up any addresses, so, but
No,
I
but
do.
I'm talking about the ones that I've seen come in.
I do anecdotally understand from people that have talked to me that they've called in code enforcement complaints and been told that we're too busy to go and look at that. But I would
Well-
hope that's not the case.
When it comes to me, I tell them the truth of when I can get someone out. I had no one here last week that could go out on code. There was nary a person, not even in Public Works, that I could send.
Well,
for
this
code.
predates last week.
I understand that. And we sent people out all weekend to catch up. We are doing the best we can with the staff we have.
All right,
Yeah.
well, I will
And
follow up
anyone
with-
who sends me something, I mean, we can all argue as much as we'd like. I won't, but I receive a lot of stuff directly about code. And I make sure that every one of those things that comes to me, I try to get somebody out to.
So should we message out to the public that don't use the code enforcement portal to actually contact you?
They should be using the code enforcement portal, but it seems as if most of the people do contact through code enforcement email and or reaching out directly to staff. I would say if everybody used the code enforcement portal, we'd have a lot easier time tracking the cases through.
Okay, well. that's
So I
a
would
message
really
we should get out the
appreciate it
door,
if we
so.
could do that. And they can always send me a note to make sure that I'm aware of it.
But
You know?
yes, but the code enforcement has not stopped, but there are priorities and there have been emphasis on RVs. Currently, previously, there was some emphasis on BTRs, trying to get those programs.
Who emphasizes those?
Those are emphasized at the direction of the town manager
In
Okay,
accordance with the statutes.
and
okay.
and this council.
All right,
by
well, there we go,
passing those.
council. Perhaps we should be the one prioritizing it.
No, what I mean by
So-
that is the council adopted an RV ordinance and they expected it to be enforced. So
Well, we also expect
doing
the uses that are illegal all along Okeechobee that have gone on for decades. And yes, I understand that you think vested rights is an access point for them. But it's the egregious uses and the long-term offenses that people here are most frustrated with. And I think that we as council need to better understand what processes are in place, what's really being done, what boxes are being checked. what
Have you
paperwork is being
gone in to
gone through.
meet with the town manager or
No,
with
I
them
have
to
not.
to try to get some of these
No,
questions
because
answered?
I would like to have this conversation like we're having it right now.
I know, but we can't talk about code in this forum, but you can go in and
No,
get
but
your
we can talk-
questions answered in
We can
private.
talk about the town manager's performance and that's
I'm very
not,
satisfied with the town manager's
that's not-
performance.
that is not unique to this town manager. So, but we may be satisfied with their performance, but we hear from the public that that's not the
That,
case.
I didn't. I just heard a
So-
man stand up and say how wonderful Francine is. That's what I just heard.
Yeah.
I just heard
Yeah.
somebody stand up
So-
and say how wonderful she is.
I'm a little lost at
Go
that
ahead.
point, I think. No, I just wanted to know what date that meeting
Go
was.
ahead,
That's-
Paul.
Okay,
March 19th.
all right, so I'm gonna try and backtrack a little bit. Okay. So I know it's a tough pill to swallow, and I've dealt with folks in the past that, not here, but elsewhere, that have been in, same shoes that a lot of folks are in. And as Anita said, I think it's a very painful process, but it is a process. The state statute mandated process. I think we might be able to, one of my questions actually, when we get into something later is about timeframes. But it's mandated. They have certain span of time that they can come into compliance. It's not that the town is allowing them to come to compliance. The town has to allow them to come to compliance. It's law. And the process is very strenuous. It's long. You know, a code enforcement officer goes out and he builds a case. It's just like a detective goes and builds a case. And then they bring the case forward and they, you know, yeah, sometimes there's a citation that day. Sometimes it's a week later. Again, I know it's no, it's not warm and fuzzy. It doesn't make anybody feel any better. I can understand the pain you're going through. You know, in my professional life, I you know, see people filling ponds with things they shouldn't fill ponds with all the time. And it you know, it's not good. I agree. You know, it's not, but I do have a question. How many on the approved budget for this year, how many code enforcement officers are we approved for?
We had a code manager and we had part-time code officers.
Right.
And I am going to bring back a budget amendment so that we change that because we are not able to keep up. We did not have we do not have the capacity to take care of the 200 plus RVs and so on. So
How many did we budget?
I just said, we budgeted a manager and we did part-time
Officers,
two
two. Okay.
part-time officers.
So do we not have, and I apologize for my ignorance, do we not have room in the budget to bring in contract help to help augment
I
what right
priced
now?
out- Thank you for asking that. I priced out contract help. Contract help is $75 an hour. And we would only get 4 code visits in that day. And we could only get it, I think, 2 or 3 half days. But I am looking at ways to do something that gets us better coverage. Right now, we have a part-time person that's here every other weekend, and we have a part-time person that is here 3 or 4 days a week, depending on his other job schedule. We did at one point in time have, we thought we were doing well because we found somebody who could work full-time, but this was a little bit overwhelming for, you know, the average code enforcement. This is not suburban code enforcement. You need to really understand a rural community and the things that we face. So I am looking at how to go ahead and bring something back that works better. We have that job advertised. I've even offered the job to people sitting in the room.
So just, so I mean, I am a little concerned with, because it seems like something, and I don't mean to use the word simple, but something as easy as somebody is filling a pond with the improper material. And I realize that, you know, every other week or whatever, we got time frame issues. So I see somebody dumping today and I call code enforcement, I go on the portal and I put it in. We might not catch them because the truck is there today and it's not going to be there next week. And the pile of dirt's gone. And we can't get through the gate because just like, you know, and maybe the sheriff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the sheriff can't just walk through your gate either. If your gate's shut and locked, the sheriff just can't walk through. Right. So, and
I don't know, he's making faces back there.
I don't want to get, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a police officer. So there's some other stuff that allows them to do that, but I don't think they can't just on the word of somebody just walk in. Yeah, very good. Okay. I wasn't going to use the term because again, I'm not, yeah, you gotta have probable cause. You gotta have, yeah.
On the back 5, you can't see what they're doing.
Correct. So yeah, you can't just, you know, so that but 40 days is kind of long for something that, you know, and especially if you have access and they're there and they're taking pictures. And I mean, I don't know how long it takes to generate the case. And I'm ignorant to the process. But you know, to me, that's kind of, I don't know. But I just wanted to like reassure it's when you're shorthanded on code enforcement staff, the amount of time it takes to create these things just individually, whether it's a big case or a small case, it does, you know, it takes time. And they do have to, we as the town have to allow them, unfortunately, whatever we've mandated to say that we have this time, or the state's mandated to say you have this time. So as we all, I think, can empathize with everyone out there and we, and sympathize and, you know, frankly, probably have something next door to them that they don't like or whatever, You know, anybody knows me knows I'm not a code enforcement guy, but I know they have their place in the world. So just, I hate to use the words, but please be patient. We're working on it. Okay, and I think everybody else, everybody up here has heard what you had to say across the town, not just on that one particular road off of Collecting Canal in Okeechobee. So thank you for the time, Mayor.
Everybody's good? Okay, well, we'll just roll right into the regular meeting since we're already 17 minutes into it. Is that okay?
It is
Is that
your
okay,
meeting, Mayor.
everybody? All righty. We now need to consider the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, all in favor?
Now, no,
Aye.
I have items to pull.
Well, you can make a motion to do it polling. She's making a motion to approve it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so,
Looking for
Motion
clarification. I
to
know
approve
Paul
it.
had said too.
okay, well, she's making a motion to approve it as it is. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Motion fails. Anybody else like to make a motion about the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to pull number 2 for discussion.
Sure. That's an easy one.
Okay, so your motion is to approve the consent agenda, pulling item number 2,
Yes.
I
yes,
have,
that-
I have others to.
but he just is making a motion, so we have to
Second.
consider his motion. Okay. Paul, make your motion. to Approve the consent agenda.
Yeah.
pulling-
Let me ask a point of order, because I've said in many of these meetings, like the rest of us. So I've noticed in the past that, you know, I don't know, maybe it was going the wrong way before and now it doesn't go.
Exactly.
So. Okay, so
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
yeah, because I don't think it's, okay. Yes, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, all right. Lisa, you have a motion?
Okay, well, I will respect Paul's motion to pull item 2, and I would like to add pulling 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, Lisa's made a motion. Is there a second?
Second, because I want to hear where this goes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Fails 2-2. Anybody else want to make a motion?
I make a motion to pull all the consent for discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Fails 2-2.
We can.
Can-
bring-
So can I point of order? Can I ask a question? Point of order. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn it off before, but point of order. So correct me if I'm wrong. You're the resident
Sorry, attorney, yes.
rules of, procedure with Robert's rules. A motion's made, a motion's seconded, and then there's a discussion, then there's a vote, correct?
Usually.
It's not motion made, motion second, approved or disapproved, then we go back, Usually there's a,
This is an agenda. So
what does that have to do? Does the agenda have something to do different with a item on the agenda? It's still a motion and a second. That's what I've never, sitting back there, I've never understood that.
So would
You
you
know.
like to, I mean, you can discuss why you want to pull them, I guess, but we can't discuss the items unless we agree to pull them for discussion. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense why we're beating this dead horse. If she wants to pull some stuff for discussion, why we can't just discuss it? I don't want
When
that.
did this policy change?
It's not a change of policy. This is the way
This
it's
is-
always been done.
It's additions, deletions, and modifications were always where items were pulled, and then the agenda was approved as is after that.
So
You're changing that now to, we're gonna approve
We're
the agenda, and now we're gonna go to the consent agenda.
that's not accurate at all. Glenn,
Well,
would you like to,
I served as the mayor, and that's how we did it, so I don't know when this changed.
Glenn, would you like to clarify?
Again, every council has a different protocol for doing this. Some, it's a courtesy of anybody that wants to pull any item, it's allowed. Others, you have to make a motion to pull that specific item. Unfortunately, where you are now is you're in a complete deadlock. The consent agenda has not been approved. You probably need to move on to your regular agenda because the motion to approve the agenda failed, right, on a 2-2 tie, which means that the only people that can make a motion to reconsider are people that run the prevailing party, you two. Vice versa, you made a motion to pull these things, that failed. So now unless they change their mind, we're stuck. So unless somebody wants to discuss the items, it sounds like none of the consent agenda is going to be approved tonight.
I have something to say after Glenn.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason for the consent agenda is all of us have the opportunity to go through this agenda with the town manager. Did you go through the agenda with the town manager?
Yes, I went through the agenda
Did
with the
you
town
go
manager.
Did you go through the agenda with
No,
the town
I did
manager?
not.
And I did. So the reason is to move the town forward, to move this meeting forward in a timely manner so we could get things
Point of
done,
order.
like code enforcement.
Let's let
Point of
her
order.
finish what she's saying.
What does
Go
this
ahead.
have to do with meeting with the town manager? We have an item on the consent that did not have the backup material that was actually referenced in the item, and we have it now. I say we discuss it.
What item is that? You're
Item-
wanting to pull
Well,
all of
no,
them?
we just had a motion and it failed, so I don't know.
I guess my point is, Madam Mayor, is one of the items that was wanting to be pulled was number 4, which is the appointment of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Right.
It could just be simply that she needs to change the name. I mean, why is this, I mean,
Because
is
she-
it, but I understand what you're saying, Phyllis. I understand. I understand that the idea of the consent agenda is so we can take 10 items, if there's 10 items, and we can just give, I understand that, but
In the public, by the way, these are second readings of things.
But I mean, I just don't understand if there's some more discussion that needs, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I met with the town manager and Jeff, right? Went over everything that I thought was pertinent, what they thought was pertinent. You know, I just have some questions about number 2. Because actually I don't think we covered number 2 because we got stuck on some other stuff. But I don't see, I mean, we're talking about the approval of the planning and zoning board. Is item 4. I mean,
It should just be passed on.
but for,
consent. You're
well, for
correct.
whatever reason, one of our members has a question. So I don't why we can't afford that? I don't understand. It befuddles me.
And these are things that are supposed to be matters of business. But if you guys want to pull the consent agenda, I mean, I'm okay with whatever you want to do. You want to remake your motion?
If
Go
you're
ahead.
gonna pull planning and zoning, then I'm pulling back. And
I was gonna pull all the committee.
I don't want to
Because I
pull
had,
all.
I had
I-
questions that were not pertinent to discuss just with the manager, right here in the public purview.
Well, may I ask a question? Do you have a question, like a blanket question that we could talk about now regarding all the committees?
I will not
Or
move
is this
forward with any of
about-
my questions until we make a motion to what we're gonna do on the consent agenda. That's how this is done.
Is there anybody who's even able to make a motion on the consent agenda at this point, Glenn? Because of the prevailing side.
At this
issue?
point,
Can we remake a motion?
yeah, so, for example, Madam Mayor, you voted no on the idea of pulling, I think, all the consent agendas. So you
Correct.
can make a motion to reconsider that since you were on the prevailing side on that position. If you wanted to.
What items do you want to pull, Lisa? How many of them do you want to pull?
I was wanting to pull 4 to 8.
4 to 8. Well, let's just pull the whole consent agenda and discuss it at the end. I mean, why not? Because 4 to 8 and Paul wants to pull 2, so that leaves us with
Why would we discuss it
one,
at
which
the
is
end?
approval of the minutes
Discuss it right now.
oh no, we do it at the end.
Yeah, it's always pushed to
It's
the,
always pushed.
anything
Fine.
pulled from consent's always pushed to the end.
3 and 3 would get passed. Okay, so we're gonna make a motion to pull items 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 and move them to the end of the meeting after item number 15.
That would be item.
4.
Am I seconding? Are we,
Hang
you're
on a
looking
second.
for a second?
I'm just writing right now. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And move them to the end of the meeting, thereby passing only items 1 and 3 on the consent agenda. I make that motion.
Second, but to clarify, we're moving them after 15, you said? That's a discussion, or is those? Or do we go after 17?
No, 15,
15, okay.
after 15. And we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we now have a plan for that. We passed items for for the record, Sammy, items 1, the approval of the minutes and the selling the items at surplus items at auction passed, but
Mhm.
everything else is going to be discussed at the end of the meeting.
Understood.
Okay, moving on to our regular agenda. Consideration, we're on to item number 9. Consideration of approval of resolution 2025-23. Who's got this one?
Jeff does.
Jeff,
Do you want me to read that into
please
the
read
record?
the title, Sammy. Thank you.
Consideration of approval of resolution number 2025-23, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, approving a contract for continuing services for culverts, construction replacement, maintenance, repairs, and individual projects, including those over 300,000, with Humor Homes LLC and Johnson Davis Incorporated, authorizing work orders number 1 through 4, with Hewer Homes LLC for the replacement and construction of four specific culvert bridges, authorizing the mayor to execute necessary documents in forms acceptable to the town manager and the town attorney to implement the intent of this resolution, authorizing the town manager and the town attorney to take such actions as are necessary to implement this resolution and providing for an effective date.
And severability. It is her homes. Is the pronunciation, and there's no way Sammy could have known that. But that is my understanding of how you say it. It's her. It is.
Does it really have 2 U's and 2 R's?
It does,
Okay.
it does. And it's, as I understand it, it's named after her cat. And it is a contracting business. They have a very good reputation. They're qualified to do the work. We went through an invitation for bid on culvert and drainage projects. There were 4 specific culverts that we had outlined and had plans for. Those 4 culvert bridge projects are F Road and Collecting Canal, Cary Lane, Folsom and 25th, Bunny Lane. The pricing that her offered us was very good. It is substantially under our budget. For those 4, there's approximate savings of $200,000 versus exact number. It is, I think it's $234,000, $258,000, $258,000 under what we had budgeted for those 4. This contract also is a continuing service contract, where they have provided a schedule of values for numerous drainage related items, including catch basins, and there's the possibility of other culvert and culvert bridges being done under this contract. What we anticipate is that we will bring forward to at your May meeting another potential award for at least 18 catch basins that have been sitting out there and needed to be done. So what we are recommending is the award to Her Homes LLC and Johnson and Davis. Johnson Davis was the second low bidder with respect to the specific bridge projects. They have also given us a schedule of values. They would not be awarded any of the specific bridge projects, but they would be available to us for other projects based on their schedule of values in the future. So that is our recommendation. If you have any questions, be happy to take them, and Richard can supplement.
Yeah, just for the public. How many contractors showed up to your pre-bid meeting, Jeff?
We had 9, I believe it was. that
Okay,
showed up.
and how many submitted bids?
2.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah, so, sorry.
Okay, Lisa?
Mr. Gallant, I didn't have a chance to ask you about some of this. How do you feel about these particular bidders? And a question, can you clarify the Folsom and 25th, that location?
So I contacted the references that they gave, and then I went beyond and contacted the public works directors of the actual towns they've done work in. They've done work in, they actually just completed a major project in South Bay off of State Road 80 and 27. They've just been awarded another project in South Bay, so they had enough confidence in them on the first job to award them another one. They did work for Southwest Ranches, which if anybody knows about that area, it's almost identical to this, except more paved roads. But it's an equestrian community in off of south of 595, west of or off by 27. I talked to both their engineers that worked on the individual projects that they put as references, and I talked to their staff of the municipalities in which they did work for. And both of them were over the top with the performance of the work, the quality of the work, the timeliness, and everything else. As for Folsom and 25th, there is currently existing a 24-inch, and I can actually show you the plans at some point if you want to meet up about it. But on Folsom and 25th, there is a culvert that was installed at some point that is about 2 feet too high, so it doesn't do anything. Also, school buses and other large vehicles cannot make that turn. So the scope of that project is to make the culvert piece itself wider so we can make the radius longer around that corner. And then also we're going to put a small culvert over the Folsom Canal to connect it to the backside of Madison Green, which will actually have a fence around it. So that way it cannot be used as a public access, but it will allow for an access for our crews to be able to get through to mow the grass on the other side of the canal. Because our current issue is the only way we can get in back there because of the guardrail on Okeechobee Boulevard is to go through Royal Palm Beach Elementary. And if Royal Palm Beach Elementary locks the gates while our staff is on that side of the canal, they're stuck and they can't get out. So that's part of that project as well.
Yeah. The plans for Folsom and 25th are found.
Yeah,
on
they're all part of the
pages
packet. by the way.
307 to 311 of
Yeah,
the.
they're all in the agenda. It's all in the agenda.
And I believe we have a representative of Her Homes here. If you have any questions for her.
I'm Jamie. I'm the owner of Her Homes.
You need to come up to the podium.
Well, do you have questions for her specifically, Paul, or?
No.
I do have a copy, well, I have the original signed contract from my end, so.
Okay. All right, if you want to just sit in the front, and then if somebody has a question for you, we'll let them. Paul, you have your light on again?
Listen,
I'm sorry.
speaking of Mr. Glunt,
So,
so how much of the portion of this culvert at Folsom and 25th, cost wise is going to be to access the other side of the canal? Can you say, I mean, not, this is the biggest one we've ever built, but it's still a significant portion. And I guess my concern is we're building an ingress egress point into the town that could potentially, just become a problem in the future. I'm just asking for clarification.
It's going to be a 6-foot fence with gates and barbed wire on it. If anybody wants to use that to enter the town, the problem is we don't want our staff to be stuck on the other side of the canal. It's a safety issue for our employees.
And how often do we maintain that side?
At least once a month,
Once a month we're over there? Okay.
at least.
And
Yes.
you couldn't break down what portion of that culvert is?
I'd have to ask, it was sent as a lump sum item, so that's how it was.
Okay, just
It
curious.
can't be much, because it was like, I think the Folsom, I'd have to look at the plans to get exact distances, but the Folsom section, I believe, was 100 foot, and then the other part was like 20 feet, so it's not.
It's not a significant addition. Okay.
Are you done?
Just looking for
For
clarification.
future reference, if you could leave your left
Oh,
on
oh.
while you still have the question, then I'll know that I thought you were done. You just
Got
had
it.
the one question, and that's why I called
Awesome.
on Paul.
Thanks.
Okay, Paul?
Just a short question. So I realize the designs in this, I forgot to ask this the other day. Is the design we're using the standard design that was supposed to be brought forward, was talked about a couple, 3 meetings ago or whatever, working on a standard design for roads, standard design for, because I know in the past, we haven't had a standard design for culverts. It's been at the whim of the person sitting in your chair. So we had an 8-foot culvert. Now we really only need a 60-inch culvert, which is 3 foot smaller.
So the culvert sizes are based off the 2001 study that was done, because we have not had any follow-up studies. That's actually in the process as part of the resiliency project. The actual design is, it's got basically moving forward. This is going to be the design for all of our culverts.
Okay, so
I
it's,
can't speak of what they did in the past because I don't have.
but you've come up with I guess my point is, Richard, you come up with a standard design for our culverts.
Correct. And these are also, and this is what's different from the previous ones, is these are all turnkey. So when it's done, we'll be able to walk away from it, and our staff won't be committed to doing certain tasks, which is what has been done in the past, which has led to other issues of, why isn't our staff getting things done? Oh, because they're busy over here with these culverts. They should have been done by.
Finishing the culvert job that was,
Right.
yeah, my point, I guess, so arterial canals have a certain size,
Correct.
not arterial, yeah, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Smaller, okay, all right,
Everything north of Okeechobee is 72-inch, everything south of Okeechobee is 96, until you get to North Road, and it's 48, I believe. I'd have to look it up because I haven't.
all right, that was my concern, we've had this conversation about standard design before, so.
Each of these projects does have an engineered plan. And that is something that is.
No, they said there's plans in there. I saw them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
No, I know.
my concern is that we're gonna have this size on this one, and then in the same spot on D Road, we're gonna have a different size.
No.
You followed them? You understand where I'm going? Okay, all right.
No,
Thank
there's a
you.
standardization with respect to that.
Does anybody have any questions for the representative of the bid? Okay, all right, thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
We don't have any public comments for item 9, but we did have one for the consent agenda. It looked like it was item 9, but it's item 2.
It is 9. It's 9.
Okay, well, we have a comment from Ms. Kathy
Thank you.
Suchi.
It is that.
Okay. No worries.
Cassie Suchi. So I'm looking at the list of what needs to get done. And we know that F Road and Collecting Canal. And I'm looking at these 4 things. And the question I want to ask, from what I heard from Folsom and 25th Culvert, is we're going to spend $149,000 on a bridge so we could mow grass. And we have sewage. I mean, it's 149. Is that what I'm concerned? So if that's what it is, unless it's falling apart, and it, affects the water flow, or is it just for mowing grass? Because if it's just for mowing grass, maybe we could do something smaller, cheaper, and maybe contract a code. Okay.
Okay, let him answer your question.
Being done for multiple parts. First is as over the one.
Nor does your microphone.
There's my microphone. So the first issue is the culvert doesn't work. It's 2 foot too high. So anybody who lives on G Road West, their water does not drain and their properties do flood. And it's mainly because of this culvert. 2, I've personally witnessed school buses almost flip into the canal because the road is too narrow and that culvert is too narrow. So I personally believe it's a public safety issue between the people who work on that road, live on that road, and our children who are driven home on school buses down that road.
That's all I was just confirming, that there was other issues
Oh,
besides just
absolutely.
mowing grass, because I just heard that, and maybe we could use it for something else.
No,
Thank you.
absolutely. The
Is that-
mowing grass thing was a
that's all?
side thing after. the fact.
That was your only concern, Ms. Susan? Okay, good. Phyllis, did you have a?
I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay,
I'm gonna make a motion to approve resolution 2025-23, approving the award of contracts to Her Homes LLC and Johnson Davis Inc. for the town's continuing service for culverts, construction, replacement, maintenance, repair, and individual projects, including those over 300,000. IFB number 2025-01 and the award of work ordered for the 4 specific culvert bridge projects to Her Homes LLC.
Do I have a
Second.
Okay.
So-
Motion, very long motion made by Phyllis, seconded by Lisa. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Okay, on to item number 10, discussion of scheduling council.
It's a big chunk.
I
to get
would-
through.
Wait, I think
Oh,
Phyllis has,
sorry.
did you have something you wanted to say?
I do. I want to say that Marge is not here. She's not on Zoom. And we have a huge agenda, and now that we're gonna be discussing each consent item, I was wondering if we should push some of our discussion items to the next week in respect for the vice mayor.
Well, it's 7 o'clock. Why don't we see where we get to by 9 o'clock? And then we'll make a decision, or do you want to put
Well,
the whole agenda?
Can we do a consensus?
Well,
Well,
I'm just, I'm trying to think what you, I'm offering solutions, okay?
All right.
And then we'll get a consensus. I'm offering solutions. So one solution is that we see where we get to by like 9 o'clock and then make a decision, okay? On how far we go moving forward. Another suggestion is that we make a decision right now to get to item number whatever, and then we agree to meet again, let's say on the 15th. I think the 15th, we were gonna have a volunteer recognition night anyhow. And we could have a workshop after that, since these are all discussion items anyhow. There's no voting items, they're all discussion items. We could do that. And if we moved all these discussion items to the 15th, we could then skip forward and handle the consent agenda items that were pulled and move the discussion to a workshop on the 5th, because those are the only things that are voting, that would happen tonight that are voting, right?
I'm fine with getting to 9 and seeing where we're at.
Getting to 9 and seeing what we're at and then make a decision. What do you
That's
think,
fine.
Paul?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I could even pick a couple of these out that we could just table until table it till the next
The
one.
second meeting or something. like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Not
yeah.
the
Either
second.
way, absolutely. Because I'm sure like number 12, Marge is pretty passionate about the
Yes, she is.
intergovernmental committees and stuff. And I know she has some,
Yes, you are.
I don't want to voluntold her to do
I
stuff.
think 10 falls in that too, 10 and 12 for sure, but.
No, I think I would like to move on with 10 personally, since I would like to at least move on with some of the discussion of when we're gonna do it.
Well, yes,
But
March, I think that's an important one for her to be
I
in.
absolutely agree, 100%. All right, so
Well, I
Confused.
have a quick question.
okay, see what we can get to by 9 o'clock, and
Okay.
then we're gonna make a decision.
All right.
What's your quick question?
Oh, no, I misread. I read committee instead of community. I'm sorry. My
Perhaps
fault.
as we get to each item, if it's one we want to postpone until Marge is back, we can can we pull that item to a
Well,
date certain?
okay, so let's do this. Is what we're agreeing to is to have a second meeting to get these discussions off our plate, and so they can move forward to action by having a second meeting on the 15th. Is everybody available on the 15th? That way we
We're
planning on
gonna go
having a
from April Fools to tax day? I mean, come on. that's
Yeah, I know.
a
God.
fate.
volunteer recognition night that night anyhow, so we could kind of,
May I check my schedule?
we could kind of
I think
combine the events. Does everybody?
Oh,
available on the 15th?
volunteer recognition and council meeting. Yay.
No, it would be a workshop, because they are all discussed.
It's all discussion
You're
items.
volunteer.
It's all discussion items, so.
Correct.
I'm fine with
Are
that.
you okay with the 15th doing that? All right, so let's pull. 10.
Yeah, I can do that the
So
15th.
let's pull 10, move 10 to the 15th. Everybody, can I have a consensus on that?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
and
What
they,
about-
Elisa said 11.
12.
No, I didn't say
Oh,
11, I
I
said
thought-
12.
so we're gonna move 10 to the
No,
15th.
Paul said 12.
I said
12
Oh, yeah,
So 12 to the 15th.
agreed.
All right, let's tackle 11 then, and then we'll turn the page and to decide what we're gonna do with the rest of it. Everybody okay with that? Let's tackle 11. Okay, on to 11.
Do you need a motion to have a workshop on the 15th?
Do I need a motion?
Probably
or
a good
something?
idea.
So moved. So
Okay.
moved.
Okay, shall the,
Aye.
okay, but I'm just.
You said you want to go fast, Madam Mayor.
I'm just trying to, hold on a second, I'm just trying to get a gist of what the evening was gonna be. I would like to confer with the town staff. a
Yes,
little
ma'am.
bit. So you were planning a volunteer appreciation night that night anyhow. When were you planning on that event starting?
Well, I was going to bring in my comments that we would maybe do it at 5 or 5:30.
Okay.
And we would also have Glenn do the one standard sunshine for all the committees
So these
and
volunteers
ethics
are
do.
about our Committee.
There are
members.
committee
Okay,
members.
so have all our committee members at like 5:30 on the 15th.
Mhm.
Have cake and cookies or whatever we're gonna have.
Right.
Have Glenn give the old sunshine and ethics.
Correct.
15-minute half-hour spiel and start the meeting at 6:30.
6:30 or 7, your
Start the
call.
workshop at 6:30.
Okay.
Does that sound good, everybody?
Mo-
Okay, make a motion for that,
motion.
all of that.
Motion. I make a motion to have a workshop, a town council workshop on April 15th, beginning at 6:30 PM.
Second,
Following the Volunteer Appreciation Sunshine Ethics Committee
third,
partay.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Phyllis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're back on the 15th, got
That's why I like my so moved.
So moved, yes.
Okay, so 15th is a workshop, and we said 6:30, well, 5:30 really, because of the volunteer thing. Okay, on to item number
And then, Madam
11,
Mayor,
let's
I
see,
think-
item number
Madam
11
Mayor,
is,
And you also, is there also, I'm not sure it was part of that motion or separate motion, you're moving items 10 and 12 so far to the
oh, we're gonna
15th.
do that, we have to do each grouping that we do?
You can wait till the end of the night and do
Okay,
whatever's
somebody
left.
make a motion to move 10 and 12 to the 15th.
You want to wait till,
Motion, you need a motion?
Yep.
so moved. Seconded.
But I need you to say what you're moving.
Oh,
You said it. A motion to move item 10 and 12 to the April 15th workshop.
second.
Okay. I believe that Phyllis was first on the second. Lisa made the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, passes 4-0. Okay, we're now on to item number 11, which we are going to try to get through.
I
A
have a quick
discussion.
question, if
Oh,
I could
please,
interrupt
go
real
ahead.
quick. So earlier when we were on the consent agenda, Glenn, Paul made a motion and I seconded it. And then it didn't go anywhere.
He withdrew
the-
his motion.
Oh,
Oh, you withdrew the motion.
He
Okay,
withdrew his motion.
all right. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. He withdrew his motion. All right, let's see. Item number 11 is a discussion of proposed ordinance updates to the ULDC. Sure, this is a hot ticket item. Let's see who's presenting. Jeff, is that you?
Well, I think this is a discussion item.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's really for you all to discuss and depending on how you want to move through this. The
I
I,
think we should take each, you have them done separately by little chunks, right? So I think
Yes.
that we should take each one separately. So let's look first at the voting rules, because that's the first one. Lisa, you have something to say? You got your light on? Is that okay with everybody if we take it each one bit at a time, sound bite at a time?
Yes, we can. I was going back through my notes from the March 18th meeting, and I think this was this the cleanup ULDC that was in our future agenda item?
Yes,
one of
it's
them.
the first one.
This is part one, right?
Yes.
I thought at that meeting you said that the height ordinance was coming back in this part one. That's what I found in my review. So I was surprised to see there was no reference to the height here. So
Oh,
is there a second part to this or this?
There are many parts to this. This is just the first one, so it must have been a typo on our behalf.
It wasn't a typo. It was something you stated.
I did state it, and I am sorry, it doesn't show that change. We do have another one of these coming forward, and this is a discussion item, so we can make any change we want to anything here.
You could, we can discuss the height if you want to.
Yeah, and we can change anything here.
Right.
There is
'Cause I know
nothing in
that
here
was
that
supposed
we
to come
can't
back in
change.
January, and that's a timely
They
thing.
got,
I'd
they
like
got
yeah.
knocked off.
added off. So, all right.
All right,
That
so
was-
we'll add height as the last, let me write it down so I don't forget it.
we're going higher?
No.
Going high. All right, so let's take the first one. First one is voting rules. Okay, do you want to give some background on each one of these? Have a discussion or?
sure. The current ULDC requires a supermajority four or more of you, to vote in favor of any change to the ULDC. This is different than the charter provision, which requires 4 votes to amend a zoning, to rezone a property or to do a land use
So this wouldn't
change.
affect that. is
It
what
does
you're
not
saying.
affect the charter change. What this is saying is that in order to amend or revise the definition of frontage, for example, it would take 4 votes. If we were to incorporate rural vista standards into the code, it requires 4 votes. If we are to come back and fix some of the glitches that we have found in administering the RV ordinance, it would take 4 votes. If you are going to tighten regulations with respect to manure and how manure has to be handled on a farm, it would take 4 votes. So the concept of a supermajority is that the initial document that you were given was excellent or sacrosanct in some way, because we got it right. And when we as staff look at this document, I think we recognize that although there was a lot of work put into it and it was derived from, what the town had been given from Palm Beach County and everything, it was not a perfect document. It is not nearly a perfect document. And so our recommendation is that when we are going to amend the ULDC, the actual provisions of the ULDC, not a zoning change or not a land use change, but the provisions of the ULDC, that should be done by a majority vote.
Can I just ask one question before we go any further? Hasn't that been the way it's been being done all along?
The
ULDC changes have been being passed 3-2 regularly?
I believe that there probably historically have been some that
In the last 5 or 6 years?
have
Yeah.
passed on a 3-2 basis.
So
We have not
it's
fu-
been being done, but now we're trying to clean something up to make it legal that's been getting done?
Yeah.
Okay, what are the consequences if we don't do this? Do we then have to go back and do the research and find all the votes that passed for changes to LDC in the last 5 years and revote on all those items?
That would be up to the direction of council and the 5 years.
That's not a legal issue, Mr. Torcivia?
Again, we'd have to go back and look, see how many times there was such an instance. I'm not sure if there were that many where it was 3-2 as opposed to 4-1 or 5-0. And
I can almost guarantee you that almost every vote for the past 6 years has been 3-2.
we'll go back.
I could pretty much guarantee you that one.
We'll have to go back and look because anything later than or longer than 5 years is deemed approved. So we'll have to take a look and see how many times that happened.
So that would run up an enormous legal bill.
Staff could
looking
look at-
back through all of
staff-
that.
Staff could look at that.
Oh, or give our already not taxed staff an enormous task. Okay, I'm just trying to clarify before we vote on this, what is entailed. Okay, all right, thank you.
As I understand it, this particular provision was not noticed until relatively recently, within the last year or so. I don't know whether it's a year or two, but it was not necessarily intentionally here too.
It was not noticed in the last year. It was noticed in the last few months. What the past practice was that any changes to section 20, which is permitted uses, that was voted 4-1. That is my recollection over the years, and we did not previously vote 4-1 prior to that and the RVs.
Okay, All right, I don't know who was first, so
I
I'm
did.
just gonna start left and I'm gonna go left to right, because I don't know who was
Jeff
first.
started talking, but that's fine.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead,
good.
Paul.
I'm not.
Paul,
I'm good.
go,
I'm
go.
patient.
Yeah, go.
Would you just talk?
Okay, I'll talk. I'm patient. I can wait. So, I can fully appreciate what the mayor's saying. Stuff's been happening that way. Maybe it shouldn't have been, whatever's been happening, but and I can appreciate your examples, Jeff, but I mean, we're supposed to talk about it later, discussion as we get to the end of this document, but that means that a height change could take a 3-2 vote. That's not just a change of definition, change of this, change of that. We're talking about height change. We're talking about, different aspects that, I don't know. I really have an issue. I mean, if it's that beneficial to the code, to clean up the code, I think that the 5 people sitting up here could come to an agreement. If it's something that's true housekeeping, I think we could come to an agreement that it's housekeeping, changing of verbiage, changing of, there's some other segment, we'll get to it, and I got notes, but, I personally,
leave it at 4-1.
I say we leave it at 4-1.
Okay, Phyllis, what do you have to say?
My question was, could you change,
Put your mic down.
my question to them when I met with management, was how does this affect the Okeechobee overlay? Can they do a 3 vote to commercialize Okeechobee? And the answer was no. So I think zoning changes is a no
Correct.
on changing this, which is most important, but part of the problem and part of what the folks were here saying and part of what you're seeing tonight regarding perhaps the consent agenda is just trying to get this stuff fixed and moving the town forward. And so I have no issue either way.
Lisa?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jeff, you said this would not affect zoning? Is that was your statement?
A rezoning would still have to be 4-1.
Even though it says here amend zoning regulations and good planning and zoning practice. And it says passage of any amendment to the ULDC.
Because a zoning designation or a land use change is not an amendment to the ULDC. It is you're amending your actual.
I understand, but it states zoning right here. So I'm confused. Land use usually falls under the
What
ULDC.
page are you on where you're reading?
It doesn't have a page. It's
How about
basically.
section? What section?
Yeah.
Section 05070, top of.
Oh, section
next
2, second
Section.
page of the
2,
draft.
Top of the second page. I think that's misleading language.
Section 2.
What do you
It's-
refer?
I have it at the bottom of the second page of the draft, Mayor.
So,
Yes.
yeah, it's the top of the second page of the
I
draft.
see.
And
Council to amend zoning regulations of Article 5. Okay.
So is that a
I'm just,
error?
yeah, I'm confused about passage of any, and then it refers to planning and zoning. And I just want to make sure that if we were to pass this at a 3 vote for certain, like cleanup language, we could still keep the supermajority for the zoning.
Well, the supermajority for the zoning is part of our charter.
But that's not what it says here.
Yeah. Well,
So is that a clerical error?
We're-
Just wondering.
I'm still hunting for where
we're on the second page of the
I've seen-
draft document.
Right.
At the bottom.
Yeah,
Jeff, the second
Yeah.
page of the draft document at the bottom, section 2.
isn't that just the verbiage
That's-
directions saying what's stricken is stricken and
That's
what's
talking about
underlined is underlined? Is added?
Regulation, not.
what it's talking about is things in general, but the voting issue has to do with the ULDC itself. Passage of any amendment to the ULDC shall require, it used to say, any amendment to the ULDC shall require a super majority vote of 4 or more council members. Now it's proposed to say passage of any amendment to the ULDC shall require 3 council members or more to vote to adopt. We are talking about, with this particular sentence, amending the ULDC itself.
But the
Not-
sentence before that is the one that Lisa has an issue with, and which, seems
Does the
reasonable.
ULDC
Town council to amend zoning regulations of Article
What it-
5.
What it says is that
I think
you
we're all different
you are
sections.
authorized by, the town council is authorized to amend, change the regulations, district boundaries, classifications of property, which is land use and zoning. You are authorized to do that. That may be established by the ULDC or amendments there too. But passage of any amendment to the ULDC requires a 3 votes. It doesn't, this sentence does not and did not speak to changing a zoning classification or changing a land use. What it was saying is you have the authority to amend zoning regulations, including rezonings of properties and those kind of things. What it's saying, what is particularly addressing with this requirement, because the 4.1 requirement was already in the charter with respect to rezonings and land use designations, is that to amend the ULDC, it would also require a 4-1 vote. And what we're proposing is that to amend the ULDC, not zoning regulations, because that sentence only speaks to the ULDC, it should require 3 votes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. In the ULDC, does that not cover like land development regulation and language to that effect?
It covers the regulations. It doesn't
Like
cover.
height and FAR and all that stuff?
Yes,
Okay, no,
absolutely. That's all.
I'm
part of the
uncomfortable.
ULDC.
I'm uncomfortable. I'll stick with the 4 supermajority on that one. So if this is just a discussion, so,
Are you done with your?
oh, sorry.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this?
Yes, we do.
Are we
We
gonna
have-
do each item?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, how do you want to do
It's
that?
a public comment.
The
Did
first
you put a
person,
card in, Mr. Sue?
Sorry?
Did
Yes,
put
he
a card
did.
in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Have you heard the phrase "and justify the means," right? So code enforcement is not working. Let's blame supermajority issue. And I heard that decisions were still taken with 3-2 votes, but code enforcement still didn't do it. Enormous legal bill is going to happen. Oh, yes. Oh, suddenly now we change it and we can historically change the dates. I don't think so. If some lawyer is listening, he's taking notes that you are trying to bypass something. So that's absolutely wrong justification. So rather than giving our new council members a chance, let's bulldoze over it. So here are my specific comments. I have 2 issues. One is with the whole protocol, and some of that speaks to the discussions today. It says in the memo, a number of these provisions have been previously directed by the council. And to ensure transparency and accountability, I would like to ask, who in the council directed the town manager for this agenda item? I mean, how do we even decide what's priority? Or suddenly let's change this rule. Who decided that? Secondly, who authorized this language? Who said, okay, here is the language. To make our town forward and the change is necessary to move forward and meet the need of the community. Necessitating a supermajority gives undue power to the minority. Okay, let's talk. That's my second major issue. Let's talk about minority. So we have Mr. Coleman, who was just elected with more than 65% of votes. And Miss Lisa Alremi, who has been just elected unopposed and suddenly their representative have no voice. So I agree with the inefficiencies and all that stuff, but shouldn't the council be working now that we have new council? Let's work together, give proper direction. I've been on the committees. I have seen issues where major things, cost you politically, but then you all work together to give particular direction. So I think we are jumping the gun here too fast, and we should keep the things as it is for now. Thank you.
The next public comment is Mr. Frank Standish for item 11. And then following Mr. Standish is Ms. Cassie Suchi and Karen Plant.
Frank Standish, 15410 North Road. It wasn't discussed, but my issue is town manager has final say. We elected the 5 of you up there to be our mouthpiece, to do what we all, the way our life is out here, but having the manager make the final decisions on this stuff, it's unbelievable. That wording even put there.
It's in our charter.
Yeah, but not for ULDC, not for making, you guys make the decision. The town manager doesn't get the final say,
It doesn't say that.
and we don't elect the manager. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
that's not what it says. I just wanted to clarify. That's not what it says here, but okay.
right, but anyhow, that's the way it looks. That's the way I read it. I could be wrong. I'm sorry. But anyhow, that's how I feel. We all trust you guys to make the decision. We elected you,
Thank you.
and right now, it's not just that, there's a lot of mismanagement and inconsistencies with town staff. That's a problem with the ULDC, with stuff going on, and y'all need, the town people are talking to you every meeting. And there's a lot of stuff you aren't hearing. I mean, you just don't hear it.
Thank you for your comment. And who else is next?
And next one is Ms. Cassie Suchi.
Cassie Suchi, so I'm not sure how you're doing this, I guess in chunks. I'm concerned, so we have the voting in there established for a reason. And exactly what Paul says, it's there for a reason. I'm concerned you chip away, you make something a little less accountable, and it changes why people moved out here and what protects us. Speaking to the guy from Sea Road, why he thinks this is a unique environment. And I don't understand if you're changing ULDCs like permissible uses, then you can have a simple majority to allow manure dumping or an industrial use. I would assume that's ULDC. My understanding is basically we have a 4-vote supermajority. It's written in our charter. It's written throughout. Obviously, we're seeing it on this. It's there for a reason. It was written in to protect us. We incorporate it to become a town to protect us. And I'm concerned that when we take away some of those protections, we run the risk of taking away what we are protecting. So I would suggest we keep it the same way it was in there. Allow the other council, because I don't see how it makes the minority any less. Everybody up there is a voice. Everybody was voted by us to be our voice. And I think they should have a voice. And if it's in there for a reason. I don't think we need to chip away at it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else?
I have one.
The next person is Ms. Karen Plant.
I'll wait.
I'm going to read the last paragraph. It says, whenever the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, or good planning and zoning practice requires a town council may by ordinance amend, supplement, or change the regulations, district boundaries, or classifications of property now or hereafter established by the ULDC or amendments hereto. Passage of any amendment to the ULDC shall require This part is crossed out, a supermajority vote of 4 or more council member, and put in 3 council members or more to vote to adopt. I don't think it's a good idea. I think 4 to 1 is okay. 5 to 0 would be better. I know other towns have adopted this to save their town from development, from all the garbage that's coming into town, because if they don't get 5 votes, they can't change things. So to change it and go back in time to 3, that is crazy. I wouldn't approve of that for this town. I think it's a bad idea. We love our rural town, we love our agriculture, and it's a bad idea. Stay 4 to 1. If nothing else, go to 5 to 0.
Thank you for your comment. Francine, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to say that, in the past, not this council, but other councils have talked about the fact that we do need to go back and take a look at the ULDC in total, because it was written early on, and then it's been amended in patchwork pieces. One thing I'd like to point out is that we completely reviewed and readopted our comprehensive plan, and the ULDC has to be made to match the comprehensive plan. It matters not to your staff how you vote, whether it's 4-1 or 3-2. However, one of the things that we have heard is that committees feel like that they don't get their items brought forward to the council. And so I just want to say, when committees are bringing items forward, that means what they bring forward needs to be a 4-1 as well. So where am I going with this? One, it matters not to any member of staff how you change it. 2, the items that are in here are items that have come up through the year. For instance, there's some correction here to the self-storage that was discussed in public meetings. The fact that the height wasn't included in here, that is a mistake. We did work with Mr. Torsivia's office on all these. The ULDC is not written by the staff. It has been written by the attorneys. Most places, it's written by the planner. Most places, your planner is the interpreter of the code. The reason why we don't have a planner as the interpreter of the code here is because there was an issue of having a contracted person, and I think there still is an issue of having a person being a contracted person. It really matters not who the interpreter of the code is on the staff, but there does have to be someone on the staff to interpret it, because otherwise what has been happening is that our attorneys have been interpreting the code, and the attorneys can't defend the code that they have interpreted. It's a difficult position to be in. So just in summary, we want to protect the town. We don't want to tell you what to do. I certainly don't want to be an ultimate decider, and this wording isn't intended to do that. Every item has to come to the council to be voted on. No change can happen in the ULDC without the council voting, whether it's 4-1, 5-0, 3-2. And by the way, 3-2 gives you a no as much as 4-1 and 5-0 give you a no. So there are some things that you might want to consider. And maybe this was, something that needed a whole lot more discussion before it came onto the agenda. But again, it's a discussion item, and you can go through, for instance, on Rural Vista, you can make things in your Rural Vista 4-1s. You don't have to have every change in the ULDC have the same vote, because if you want to change the sign code, 3-2 might be enough. If you want to fix buffering, 3-2 might be enough. But if you want to do,
hard though to categorize which ones are
Well,
going to be 3-2 and which ones are going to be
well,
4-1.
we
I would
could-
think,
if
boy,
you
that
want to
would
make
that would
it
really
easy.
open us up to people
Well,
thinking we
it's
were
all
doing
up to
something
you.
nefarious.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to make the point. It is all up to the council.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
it does need to match the comp plan,
Well, the
and it doesn't.
consensus I hear from the council and from the citizens tonight is that we will want to keep 4-1 for the voting changes to the ULDC.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to correct the record. I think Francine made inadvertently made an error that says that the attorneys are the interpreter of the code. That is not the case at all. This was a really good in the drafter of this. This was a very good collaborative effort.
Yes,
It's gone
it
on
was.
for 6 months. Multiple drafts got exchanged between our office, Francine, Jeff, Caitlin, Mr. Fleischman. And the most recent draft that I thought was on the agenda stated that the council is the final interpreter of the ULDC, where the ULDC provides for administrative decisions. The town manager is the final administrator, and we were surprised that on Friday that was changed to make the manager the final decision maker. So I was disappointed that the collaborative effort that we had kind of got changed at the last minute. And I discussed that with Francine before the meeting. I said, why would you make that change after we had 6 months of collaboration? So I don't know why, but we don't agree with that change. We think the change should be what the collaborative group said, which is that the council is the final interpreter of the ULDC. When the ULDC provides for administrative
It's later.
decisions, then the town manager is the final administrative interpreter of the ULDC.
It comes.
And that is what this says, and it references back to other sections of the ULDC. Section, Article 145, Administrative Appeals, states that the council is the final interpreter. Nothing can get through anywhere in town without the council being the final vote. That vote is the final interpretation. And if I do something in code enforcement that somebody doesn't like, they have the ability to appeal. And they appeal to the 15th Circuit Court, or if somebody doesn't like something that happened in a development review, they have the ability to appeal. So the both sets of language do not make the town manager the arbiter of the code. It only allows the manager as your employee, your charter employee, to go ahead and direct traffic, and if some consistent with the code. And if there is a problem, someone might appeal it to the council, and nothing can come through me without coming through you unless it is already so stated in the ULDC. And right now, there are a number of things in here that are already so stated for the town manager to take care of. That's why I'm suggesting, that this hasn't been looked at in whole in, I guess, 16 years. And it's probably not a bad idea, since we did the comp plan update, for the whole thing to be looked at for consistency. And I don't care who does it or what the turnout is, just that it's consistent and the people that it applies to understand it. That's all.
Lisa?
Since there seems to be a difference of opinion, can you provide a specific example of where it's not specified and would require a particular interpreter or administrator? Can you provide an example of that?
I can. For instance, with regard to access to properties, if we had to build culvert bridges the way that the ULDC currently reads, we would go ahead and prohibit our water flow in the canals, because every 200 feet, we would be putting a culvert. And Richard is more technical on this than me, but the way this reads now, we would be putting a lot more culvert bridges in to give people the individual access or limiting of the shared access. Right now, there's a shared access limitation. So, and we did have the issue of lot splits happening this year, because a lot of things are happening with people buying properties and subdividing large properties, not below 5, but, turning, let's say, 40 into a series of 5 acres. When that happens, you have to go ahead and have access to those lots. And so the matter of that interpretation is something that, the staff, whether it's me or a delegation to the engineer, would readily be able to make in the best interest of the town.
Well, how is that a subdivision that a particular landowner is doing? How is that the town's problem? Isn't that the landowner's problem to provide those access and egresses to that plat?
If they follow what's in the code right now, there is an interpretation that would have individual access through culvert bridges, which would restrict the flow that we currently have in our canals. We went through this on a couple of different applications this year. You asked me off the top of my head. That's the best one that I could give you right now. But I agree, this needs a whole lot more discussion than tonight because there's lots of little nits and picks in here that, you know, when they were written, they meant one thing, but in application today with the footprint of the town the way it is, they can be interpreted and applied another way, not necessarily beneficial to people. The same thing with addresses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
I'm good. This sounds like it's gonna be, since we just spent like 25 minutes on the first little tidbit, this sounds like it's gonna be a really
behemoth.
lengthy item. Yeah, a behemoth item. So I'm gonna make the recommendation that we move this.
Mayor?
Make a motion to move this to the 15th.
Mayor, we still have one public comment.
If I could have just one,
You have another
quick-
public
one quick explanation on the interpretation, because we just went through it a little bit earlier. There was a question as to what this first paragraph means and whether or not it meant that rezonings versus ULDC were all the same or not, and whether this sentence, whichever way you want to read it, whether the ULD, an amendment to the ULDC requires a certain vote. Somebody, when you're administering a code, has to make that determination. If you don't have a particular administrator designated, the question becomes who makes that determination? Is it your planning director? That's in most cities that I've been around, because they're larger and they have larger staff. It is the planning director that interprets the ULDC because they have that particular level of experience. Here, we do not have an employee who is a planning director. So the fallback position is let's have it be the town manager, because it should not be the attorney. Because what an attorney's responsibility is going to be is to not interpret the code, but defend the interpretation of the code. For example, if Mr. Torcivia made an interpretation on something and that was appealed, you would be then in the situation that he's not your town council, he's a witness. He's a witness that's subject to cross-examination. And we would then have to hire somebody else, not with his firm, to sit in that chair and give guidance to you all. So the idea is you have a bunch of provisions in here that need to be interpreted. People can argue about every single sentence in here. And from an administrative standpoint, you have to say somebody is charged with making this decision.
I think that's what was said, Jeff. It was said a while ago. I've had my light on for, I don't know, 30 minutes. That's what was said. It was cleared up right over here. Nobody's saying that she shouldn't be the administrator of the code. You know, Mr. Torcivia said that we are the final interpreter and she's the administrator. I fully agree with that. I fully intended when it got to that section, we hadn't gotten there yet, but I fully intended to say, and you know, because folks that don't work in government, Jeff, don't understand. So yes, there is somebody who has to discern what is this and what is that. When the code enforcement, hold on, please, okay, I've been patient. The code enforcement comes forward and says, we have this possible code violation. It's up to the boss who right now, because we don't have a code manager, is Francine. And that's where the verbiage comes in. And, you know, sorry if I'm getting a little excited. I've just been sitting over here like, you know, chomping at the bit. You know, the first part, it talks about zoning regulation, you know, zoning use and stuff like that does not, ULDC doesn't cover that. That's different. That's zoning. ULDC is height of building, you know, design, rural vista, et cetera, right? And the ULDC review and change, I've been screaming that for a long time. And then I just actually brought it up a couple months ago when I was sitting on the ULDC board. I honestly, I mean, I appreciate that there's been 6 months of collaboration on this and stuff like that. And we have some stuff to go through as far as but why can't ULDC look at this and go, yes, all these edits are good, or bring forward, I mean, we did it with Rural Vista and it's ready to go. Well, almost. And you know, I don't understand why we sit here, it should be kind of that, isn't that why we have a ULDC committee? Is to, everybody said it. I've said it multiple times before I sat up here, you know, let's start at page 1 and work through the code and pick apart these things. They can start at page 1 and bring the first 20 pages with the edits that are necessary to give it teeth. I'm all for that. But there's no sense, like you said, we've sat here, you sat out there with me multiple times. You sat up here, Lisa, we've all sat here and watched people beat their head against the wall till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Right? And that's why we wanted these committees back, right?
I agree with you 100%. Are we all okay with just sending these changes to ULDC and having their recommendations come up? Well, let's ask this question first. I know ULDC just finished with,
Rural Vista.
the Vista, and they have the sign code coming to them, which is pretty meaty.
They also have all the agritourism
And they have the
recommendations.
agritourism coming to them, so this would be put off quite a bit if we send it to them first, because they've got 2 other kind of major, I'm just
Yeah.
talking about timely moving forward, Paul. I'm
I
not talking
fully-
about how it should be done in a perfect world, but we have a volunteer committee. They have 2 pretty major projects queued up right now. Do we want to, I'm looking for consensus, do we want to, as a group, put this third in the queue of that, or do we want to go ahead and try to tackle this ourselves without, I mean, there are some things, maybe we want to just do like, okay, let's look at updated definitions, revises definition of self-storage facility to ensure indoor only access and no residential use. I think we can all agree that that's
Yes.
a good thing. Can we all agree on that? To make that, we would want to make that change, or is there something that you have an issue with that one is?
No, I think this just needs to go to ULDC. I mean,
Okay.
I think we could find easy, low hanging fruit to check off, but I
Right.
think there's enough here
Yeah.
that this should just go back. But I think we needed to back at a date certain because.
I don't think these changes give us any more teeth than we already have. That's my point. I really don't think that, you know, if something came up, I just don't think that changing the definition of what's a self-storage. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a, you know, I don't know why it was written the way it was written, because it is kind of, you know, yeah.
But again, because we piecemealed everything.
Right.
We took bits and chunks from different places because we were new. to
And you
the
do
game.
need definition
Yeah.
of self-storage, because we had that, you know, whole thing with the one up front. So
Okay, so the consensus seems to be to send this back to ULDC.
And here's a question, if ULDC gets together, is this something that we can expect them to take 2 meetings on, 3 meetings on? Is there any way to interpret that so we can say we want it back by the July meeting or something?
Well, again, I just said they have 2 major things going to them.
Yeah, they already
before
have-
this. They have 2 major projects queued up so this isn't even gonna go, that we're sending it to them, but it's not gonna go to them for, well, what do they have first? They have
sign code
sign code
and they
first.
have agritourism.
So each of those is at least 1 meeting, correct?
right.
I think they might be more than 1 meeting.
Right, but each of those is at least 1 meeting.
Mhm.
So let's put us 4 meetings out to be safe with those. When would these changes go to them?
August.
In August. So that's the soonest we can hope for it to get to them.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Okay, so there's changes to the RV thing in here. I see RV. Okay.
Storage.
Well, I would like to bring something up. I know height, commercial height is important to you. But we have several people in this town that can't afford to live here. They've lived in this town their whole lives, and they've found they're disabled and they need to live in an RV, and we seem to have neglected our own. We made sure we had RV spaces for the seasonal equestrians and all their staff. However, we seem to forget about our disabled folks that just can't afford to live anywhere else. So I think we need to add something in there for them. I'm hoping y'all don't have an objection about that.
Well, that would entail us bringing back the RV program and looking at that as a whole. Because I recall sitting up here and there was a big back and forth as to, I was sitting out there, sorry. There's a big back and forth as to what the acreage was going to be.
Right, and
this
Mr.
and that.
Austin keeps bringing up that he brought up at the last meeting that it's not perfect. Well, as
absolutely.
Francine has just pointed out, nothing's going to be perfect the first
No,
time you put it through.
absolutely.
But what I suggest on the RV thing is that we wait until we get through a season, which would be, as Phil's pointed out, like the end of this month.
Right.
And then, I'll bring back our list. And obviously on Phyllis's list is going to be that of the things that worked and the things that didn't work. And then we'll have to revisit and make some tweaks to that.
Okay.
Clearly.
There is a provision.
So may I
And there is
please
a
finish?
provision
But
for.
there is a
Sorry, I
public
didn't mean to
hearing.
cut you off. I apologize.
I don't believe so, year round.
There's an ADA provision in there that we are construing as allowing some of those things. So
Say again, Jeff, I didn't hear you.
there's an ADA provision in the ordinance that we are construing as allowing those people to live there when they bring it to. a
But it's not
protection.
in here currently.
It's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance.
It's not
It's in the
that
RV
particular
ordinance.
But in the RV ordinance.
So in the meantime, I would suggest that we can possibly assist staff in saying that hopefully they're not going to evict anybody that has lived here their entire life because of this RV ordinance at the moment, that we can make a concession for a few people until we get this straightened out. Hi, Lisa. Do you have any objection? Paul?
I'm curious to see
No.
where this is going, so.
Okay, so I know two people that have lived in this town far longer than either one of us. They're both
In an
disabled.
RV?
No, they're both disabled. They've lost their homes for whatever reason. And the only places they can afford with their benefits at this point is to live in an RV. And they don't want to leave the town. That's the problem. This is where they've lived their whole life.
I still don't think I understand the full ramifications of
Okay.
that. So I think we'll talk about that in another
Yes.
meeting.
Let's
at
talk
our
about
meeting.
something.
At the end of April, I guess, let's put that on since we'll be a year into the RV thing, we'll probably know whether we got through all of our code violations with it and whether things were settled or everything. Let's put the RV ordinance back on May or June.
June is the
June. Let's
earliest.
put it back on June.
Well, I'd see even May as a discussion item where Phyllis can, kind of build on that and understand, is this a year-round thing? I don't.
Yes, it's an annual thing.
Okay, that's what I'm talking
That's the
about. We
problem.
need to discuss that depth of it, and you're just throwing it out here tonight. They're talking about
Well,
ADA compliance. I say we
You
can
put
bring that-
height in here, so I felt it was.
I didn't put height in there. Francine did when she stated at the last March meeting, it was part of this. That was my.
It was supposed to be part of this group of corrections,
Okay,
and
so-
it got inadvertently left off.
And
And
that's
now
why
it's
I-
on, and it is going back to the ULDC.
Yeah.
And that I was mistaken. I didn't realize, and that's why I
That's
wanted to
fine.
make sure.
I'm happy with
It's not
discussing
ignored.
what you're bringing up. I just think it needs to be elaborated on more fully. And maybe this ADA thing they're bringing forward, this is the first time I've heard of it. I think you too. So.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's discussion about it when they originally were talking about the whole RV program. There was like, what if my Aunt Susie moves down from Wisconsin?
Yes, I heard
Right.
all of that. So maybe have it as a discussion in May, maybe June for some more real actual changes.
Maybe in May we can bring back yeah, sure, council can have it. I really think it's probably better to wait till June until we get through the whole cycle to have the discussion and whatever.
Okay.
And because
I'm
the
fine with that
discussion is
too.
what's gonna result in changes. We'll have the discussion, we'll talk about what changes we all agree on. And then we'll vote on it in July, which will be plenty of time to implement it before the new
I have a question.
season. Yes.
I mean, this is a discussion. We're not voting on anything particular, but could I make a motion to bring certain items back as a first reading or whatever at the next meeting that I think are just boilerplate changes that would kind of condense down what the ULDC is going to get?
I'm okay with that if you want to try to do
Okay,
that.
so I'm thinking, I mean, I have notes on some other stuff, but I'm thinking, you know,
If you're
where we
brave
at?
enough to do that, go for it.
Well, the
Well,
self-storage.
we're not voting on it. We're just gonna bring it back as a, yeah, like,
Okay, so which ones do you think that you want to bring back for a vote next time? For first reading?
As a freestanding ordinance.
Yeah.
hold on. I had it in my mind and then we got off.
Well, you had said that the self-storage facility indoor access only was kind of just clarifying something that.
Yeah, I did had some questions about why here, but I
And
can't
you
remember.
said, you said code interpret, so which ones? List the ones.
I'm working on it, Mayor. I'm working on it. Yeah, I got,
That's what everybody's bitching about.
so I'm talking about, section 5, limited act, the self-storage indoor, outdoor. I think that's good. I have some question about the stuff above it.
I think the outdoor sections removed leads to the non-conformity determination because we have. And eliminating historical legacy is important to keep it, to put on that first reading. What's wrong with road standards? Can we just do that or do we need to?
Yeah, that's how I was going to,
Road standards.
let's see, that's how I was flipping to, limited access indoor self. Is that what you're talking about? Uses? Yeah, uses. Location requirement that, number 2 I checked, number 5 I checked. That's where the changes were. Jeff,
So-
were you making notes?
So Paul.
Sorry, I'm kind of going off.
Paul, here's a
Yeah.
question. If this chunk is not going to go to ULDC till August, do we want to just make our suggestions on which ones to bring back? And at the May meeting, we can just.
That's
bring-
where I was going.
No, I'm not saying bring them back. You're saying bring them back in May for a first,
Right.
Yeah.
right? I'm just saying, do you want, you
Well,
not
'cause I
want to
think-
be on the hot seat right now to pull them out? Or you're pretty confident what you want to pull out right? now?
I think I'm pretty confident. I have them checked off, but it's
Oh, okay.
pretty boilerplate stuff. So that's why I was just,
So go.
Get my
start from
bearings.
the begin- Look at the list.
Beginning?
Start from the beginning. So not voting rights, code.
hold on, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna go right here real quick. I got it. So the self-storage issues on page, I don't know, there's no page number, section 5, limited access indoor, the changes there. Right, then on to,
How about outdoor storage?
there was no, oh,
Section 6 was simply the storage of recreational vehicles is subject to the restrictions and requirements in Article 92. To avoid
Yeah.
somebody thinking that this is a different standard than was in the RV ordinance, we're just saying.
no, I had
everything where the-
I had a note. I didn't understand why we were separating that. Or why we were not just separating it, making another line item instead of eliminating it. But the maximum of 2, that I had discussion on that one. That's why I'm kind of trying to do the ones that I don't have
Okay.
discussion.
Mayor,
Limited access indoor self-storage facility. Yes,
Yeah.
on all those changes, 8, 9, yes. Your or and canal, yes. I had a question about the maps we're referring to. So not that one. I had a question about that one. Then on to private ingress egress arrangements. I think somebody else had some discussion about that one, right?
Are you okay with section 11 coming back or do you?
So that's what I'm on section 11. Is everybody clear, good with that one? It's pretty much, I think, boilerplate, just changing some verbiage.
I'm okay with it.
All right, section 11. Lisa?
Wait.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm gonna bring back, I do wanna discuss ingress, egress. So bring that one back.
Okay, so we're doing.
Bring that to
As a first reading?
ULDC or to?
No, to ULDC.
To ULDC. So drop 11. Right?
So we've
You
got.
wanted to go to ULDC.
9, 10. Phyllis wants,
Why not 8?
Which one, 8?
And no.
You want to send it? Okay.
Confident in you had a list.
Yeah, no, I do. I was letting you guys talk. I
Well, And Marge is not here, by the way, so let's
Okay.
just send it all back.
Okay, I like the.
All right,
idea of
then
pulling
just send it all
some of
back.
that.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, just a reminder, you do have a public comment for
Oh, sorry.
item 11.
Go ahead.
At this time, we'll have Bianca Berthold. I probably pronounced that wrong. Berthold. Thank you.
It's Bertold. And it really just goes to the item 11 zoning situation. That doesn't seem quite clear. And I think to change that to from a super minority to a regular minority, super majority to a,
Simple majority.
there you go, that one. I think it would be a huge mistake because the wordage is muddled as it is. I think it would open some doors and some loopholes that will be really difficult to close, and especially in light of what's happening right now. I think it would be a big mistake to do that. That's all I got. Well, the RV park for one. We have some big developers here, and you know that. You're the realtor for it. That's what's happening, and you know it.
Comment
It's-
about this item specifically.
That I just mentioned.
The item 11 was about ingress and egress.
The item 11 also speaks about the zoning change that Jeff pointed out.
Actually, it doesn't speak about zoning changes. It
Well,
just-
nobody was quite sure about it, it seemed, right? He was like, okay, and then Lisa also mentioned, does it actually allow then a zoning change, does it bring it in? Nobody was quite clear about it, but that's my
Right, but
point.
yeah, and I think we all have concurred that.
Well, and I just
we
wanted
wanna
to-
Stay with four, but thank you for your comment. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so.
All right, so the whole thing's going back.
The idea of pulling a couple of things off and taking the workload off the ULDC if we possibly can come
Well,
to
I think
agreement.
since that's come up right now, we go through it with that thought in mind, and then we bring back to May where we're all thinking in those terms, and then have a first in June and a second in July.
That sounds perfect.
Just puts it back a month.
Let's.
Is that weird?
Yeah, instead of
That's fine. I was-
discussing it.
Let's just keep putting things
let's
back.
make
That's
the-
Well, no,
why we're
that's-
here.
Yeah, let's make the discussion in. Actually, we can do it on April 15th. Let's do it.
Oh,
on
that
April
works.
On April 15th, let's all come with a little listy poo of what we could be happy, what gets sent to ULDC and what we would be happy just letting go, and we'll see if we can,
Perfect.
All right.
if we can get good.
By
first
section
reading
number,
on it.
to make it easy.
By section.
Meaning section 12.
So.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, cool.
Exactly, or part of section 12,
Yeah, yeah.
if you can't go with the whole thing, so.
that's
so
fine.
Split item 11. Into, goes to ULDC,
All right.
goes to first reading, okay? And then we'll see if we can come to some kind of a consensus on that.
Sounds good.
Do you need a motion, Mayor?
Sure, please, that would be.
I
good.
move that we move item 11 to the 11, bring it back at the April 15th meeting for first read. No,
No,
more
to
discussion
decide.
to decide what to, yeah. All right, let me back up. I move that we move item 11 to the April 15th meeting, bring it back to the April 15th meeting to decide what is getting pushed to the ULDC committee and what we are willing to take on as a first reading at the June meeting or May meeting.
Perfect, do I have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Okay, I'm gonna, as we flip the page and look at the new numbers, I'm gonna make a suggestion here because item 13 speaks to the assignments for the committees that we pulled off of the consent agenda. So I would like to bump 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 to now so that we can talk about them and the committees before and take our votes on them before we discuss, like establish the committees before we discuss what they're doing, basically. Is everybody okay with that?
Right, I thought we were tabling committees because of March, like the intergovernmental.
No,
Oh.
this is our fact committee and our.
Oh, I thought-
ULDC
The consent
committee.
agenda.
This is a
that was-
consent agenda.
Oh.
In other words, we're now gonna pull 2, 4, 5, 6,
Cool,
7,
fine.
and 8 from after 15 to right now.
Oh, okay.
Right in this
Before
moment, if
12.
everybody's okay with that.
I'm okay.
No, after 12, before 13.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, 12 got moved.
Because
from
12
8
is gone, right?
Yeah, okay, good, okay.
All right, so let's go with item number 2. Who was it that pulled that? Paul, what would you like to say about that?
I'm just curious as to why, I mean, everything here is public record. Why does just can we shine some light on why we need to enact or we're urging the state. So basically we're sending a letter to the state urging that the clerk, when in the capacity of our supervisor of elections locally, is not part of public record.
Yeah, if you want to address that.
Yes, please.
So over the years, a number of different job positions have been exempted out from the public records law. People like the home address. Police are the first ones that we all know about, police, fire, code officers. And so this is now the clerks saying for their safety, their home address should be not a public record. But
I fully understand now that you put it that way. Thank you.
By the way, there is also the same legislation up there for city managers, but I did not put that on the agenda.
Thank you.
Mayor, would you like me to read the title into
Please,
the record?
is anybody having more discussion on it before we read the title and vote? Okay, go ahead.
Consideration of approval of resolution 2025-17, a resolution of the town council of the town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, urging the Florida State Legislature to enact legislation to provide a public records exemption for municipal clerks and employees who perform municipal elections work or have any part in code enforcement functions of a city and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve. Do I need to go through the whole thing again?
You could just say the title of it.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-17.
That's enough.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm not making you. Okay, now we're on to item number 4. Elise, I believe you were the one who put this one.
Yes, and it's basically a question on all of those items, and bear with me on this because I see, and maybe Sammy can speak to this because I know he's been working with some of these appointees. We're provided only a portion of the information of all the people listed. So we see Mr. Santiago's application, we see Mr. McClendon's information, but
Yes, we sent out the committee application to all of the newly appointed members. Some of them are current members on the committees who will not be they have not changed, as their respective councilperson who has appointed them has not changed that committee member. And for the rest of them who submitted committee applications, they actually turned them in. Some people, for whatever circumstances, did not turn in their committee application, but we were able to verify all of them as residents of the town of Waxahachie Groves.
okay, so I'm curious as to why in this agenda we're seeing the PAPA property information for all the applicants. I have a little concern. I know it's public record, but I want to know why that was decided to be included in these items.
I think the town manager could opine, but in the past, we've also provided that as proof of residency in the town of Waxahachie Groves. And no one that I'm aware has an exemption on record. We wouldn't provide that if in fact they did.
So this whole PAPA piece on each property was included in the agenda packet in the past?
I did not direct that, and our rules for committees changed last summer. And one of the rules is that they have to be residents of the town. So that's why I believe they're in here, but I can't really speak to what Valerie's decision point was.
Okay, I find it very concerning, while it is public record, that this is being put into the agenda. If council members' properties aren't included in the agenda this way, I would just ask that not be the case in the future, because I mean, if you confirm their residency, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I think I agree with Lisa. It's okay just to have a
I'm
check
fine,
sheet
yeah.
that says it's been verified by the clerk or something
I
like
find
that.
that a
but
little
actually-
concerning.
I mean, even though, like you said, all they gotta do is look it up. It is public record. All
Absolutely,
you gotta
that's
do is
fine.
Look it up on Papa, but in the future, maybe just use, because
Certainly.
Jeff knows how I like my list.
Understood.
But just make a list with a little check, make address verified, not in code violation,
Got it.
whatever other standards there are, resume provided, all that kind of stuff. I think that would
Absolutely.
be sufficient.
I agree as well. with that, not everybody owns property on our committees anymore.
Right. Some of them
So we
reached
have
out to.
residents that are not landowners.
Right.
Okay, Paul, did you have something to add?
Is that information part of the resolution or is that just backup for the resolution?
That was just backup.
Okay, all right. So at this time, may I make a motion for multiple items, please? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept consent, consideration for approval resolution number 2025-18192021.
1-8.
Okay, so start
No, we
with 1-9.
didn't.
Yes, we did. That was the surplus equipment.
Oh, yes, my bad. My bad. I forgot. It's been a while. Okay, back up. 2025-19202122.
Lisa, are you okay? with it?
Second.
You pulled them.
That's fine.
Okay, all right. Motion made by Paul to pass 4, 5, 6, and 7. Seconded by Lisa.
Phyllis.
Seconded by Phyllis. I'm so sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. On to item number 8.
Item number 8 was the one I pulled.
Pulled Lisa.
I had asked for the referenced existing contract to be brought forward. You guys should have received it in an email earlier today. Did anybody print it out?
I did not.
I probably did not because I was working, so I
Okay.
didn't see it by the time it got.
All right. I have
What
been,
did you send?
I didn't send anything.
Okay, well.
I had requested the item number 8,
Oh,
references in the resolution, an existing contract.
all right, and we were getting something extra in our emails? Is that what you
No,
said?
but as
Mr.
is.
Kurtz provided it.
Okay, here's the policy. When one council member asks for something, then the clerk, usually who it's asked of, but I assume that Jeff took care of it because the clerk is ill. That it is also what they requested is sent to
Goes
the
to
other
everybody.
council
Okay,
members,
get
so
it.
that we're all on this, have the
Okay,
same
get it.
information for discussions such as this. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Lisa. I'm so sorry.
Since this is such an important piece of information that Jeff provided earlier, I think it's extremely important that everybody have the paperwork in front of them to discuss this item with full clarity and transparency. Can we take a 10-minute break and have those printed out for the other council members to review?
Why don't we go to another item?
No, this is what we
Oh,
need to
sure.
finish. Sorry. Okay, fine. 10-minute bathroom, but
Thank you.
we print these out for everybody. Thanks. Oh, you just said you look bad on it.
I
didn't want us to have a copy. I could have just grabbed that and pulled it up. It's just I did earlier.
If you just send it to me, I don't think your committee, were you reappointed by Lisa Remy, I believe? Yeah. So if you just send the committee application back to me, fill it out, that'll be fine. Because we already approved you, we just provided, you're one of the folks that we provided, your Papa sheet in there just to confirm your residency. And we just did it for background. Mhm. We only did that for public record because it is public record period. That's because, they are for for us, well, for all of the committee members that we verified, how would they, now they gave us clear direction for us to do that in the future, but previously it's been done that way. Well, that was the direction that we were given this time, but they provided us clear direction moving forward, not to provide in the future, so that would happen. Yep. Absolutely, yep.
I'm serious, I don't understand.
I know.
I'm trying to catch down.
I got the tinkle for the yellow. I got it.
Lisa, I believe you're the one who wanted to see this and know what people were working on, so let's go with this.
Each one of these is separated by a divider with the committee
Uh-huh.
and
Which number?
ULDC.
13.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
ULDC is the first one up. And they have the sign code going out to them. They also have the agritourism, which had a lot of things that have an impact in terms of the ULDC, and then we have what we're sending them on the ULDC.
So that's probably enough for them for close to through the end of the year, but we'll.
It's a lot.
I'm sure we'll be sending other stuff back to
It's a
them.
lot.
And we've
yeah.
got, you said we have a second and third list of cleanups that need to come too, so those
There's
obviously.
like 7
Well,
cleanups.
maybe we can do it
We'll
this.
just look at all. of
Maybe
them
we
on
could
the
do it the
15th.
same way we did this.
Yeah.
Is we can bring it back, we'll deal with this first group, decide which ones go to the ULDC, which ones we can just read. I mean, we'll do that again the same way.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that? Which ones we'll pull, we'll decide which ones. Whenever we get a ULDC cleanup.
Sounds good.
What you decide is what you're willing to just pull and put on a second reading, I mean, a first reading the next month, and what you think needs to be sent to ULDC.
That's perfect. I like that.
Okay.
So we'll do,
We'll
put
bring
the,
them
put
all
the
back.
second group on the June agenda, and we'll follow the same procedure.
Okay.
Until we can
Yeah,
get all the groupings cleaned up.
I'm sure we're gonna hit some little bumps where we're like, whoa, what's up with that? But
Right.
I think
Yeah.
most of it's gonna be just language and,
Yep.
you know.
Hopefully we can go through them quickly that way. Okay, so that's
Well, here's-
ULDC. Go ahead. I'm
the
sorry.
next one is RECAC. And actually, the name of this committee was changed during the comp plan update, and none of us caught it. It's supposed to be called Multi-Use Trails and Greenway Advisory Committee. So according to the comp plan, it's MUCGAC. So
Okay,
Of
so,
course it is.
Gotta love acronyms.
okay, so
We could change that.
you can change it.
Yeah, trails, that was the last.
Trails, but it covers so much.
yeah, that's because I think somebody made a comment about looking at some road standards or something and then that.
I know my committee member has been trying to reach out to me, and we haven't been able to find a mutually convenient time to meet on the roadway standards. I don't know if anybody else's committee member has reached out to them on that, but she felt she wanted to meet with me and get some direction from me before they looked at that. I don't know, how does everybody else feel about that?
Well, I have Katie Lakeman, and I think, pretty sure, I think her husband is a contractor, and I think he builds roads, so I would be more looking to her.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Well, there's nothing that says you can't sit down together and go over it with your.
Yeah, I will.
yeah,
appointee.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'd be looking for her for advice
Right.
Yeah.
instead of me.
Now,
I've
this
been a
is
little
one
different.
that I think is daunting for everyone because Richard has given this out a few different times. And I think that he's trying to meet with each member before they have their first meeting. And their first meeting is actually this Thursday, April 3rd, and it doesn't show up on here because it was changed from March 20th. And now it's April 3rd. For the roadway guidelines.
Okay,
Okay, additionally, the members in that group in RECAP, they do add items to their agenda. They added a couple of different grants.
Yeah.
For instance,
Treasure Coast,
they added a few different smaller grants and they also looked at Treasure Coast and they also have a couple other items. Sammy, I can't remember what they are right now.
Well, no, but I can pull them up.
Yeah, but they've added to their own, and I know that that was a question that folks had about the committees adding. The other thing that you see behind the roadway standards is something called the
The mural
MREG. Go ahead.
The mural project was also one of them.
Right, the mural project. Anyway, the MREG was updated in 2009 and has not been looked at since. And those drainage standards that you guys were talking about before, were updated in 2002 and had not been looked at since. So, this group is also looking at the trail in MREC. They're also looking at the trails, which we are putting together all of the existing easements that we have so that we can get a fully connected trail. And if you want Richard to explain that, he certainly can. But this group, RecGAC, has a ton of work ahead of them.
I have a question for Richard. Did we get a new, like, welcome to Loxahatchee sign somewhere on B Road in Southern? Cause I got a call from a resident that was not happy that the sign didn't say anything about a rural community. And, I told him I wasn't aware of any new Loxahatchee Grove signs at the moment, and that perhaps that was not, a sign for the plaza. You know, they were talking about, I think they were talking about Solar Sport Plaza.
Please hold.
Pardon?
I'm gonna text Craig real quick. 'Cause I remember he was talking about replacing some of the existing signs. Cause there were some signs that said welcome to Loxahatchee Groves that were like falling apart.
Right.
And I know we talked about it. I don't recall if we had ordered them and got them in yet.
And
So
the
I'm gonna
one
text him right
that
now and ask him.
is actually was on Okeechobee by the school. It would be nice if that was maybe at the border also. I think it's, or I don't know if you can't do that because it's school property. I'm not sure,
Yeah, probably.
but.
He
and-
said, yes, we replaced and these were just generic signs, the town of Loxahatchee Groves, that we just took the old sign down and put a new sign that was exactly the same as the old sign.
All right, so I guess they're doing, I don't know, and I guess one of our residents was a little upset that it doesn't say like welcome to Loxahatchee Groves, a rural community, was his suggestion. Something about our community. And we're still on 13.
Yeah, we're on
So-
RecGAC. There's one
We're
more
on
thing.
RecGAG, one more
Oh.
thing that they're working on.
There
Alright,
is,
well-
because they have to get the agritourism as well, because in the agritourism, there was a request for townwide traffic standards. So some of the rural roadway stuff may overlap with the agritourism.
So I want to step back in time a little bit to the I'm not gonna do that. I'll talk about it next time. But can I go back to ULDC and maybe can we get some relief for them to maybe have Treasure Coast review the ULDC against the comp plan? And that would be, what would the cost of that?
Well, we can ask them. There may be a grant available.
Yeah, because that would take a lot of pressure off the ULDC, because Treasure Coast that does
All right.
that stuff all
Well,
the
we-
time.
so
I'm
let's-
just
Well, right.
discussion.
So the problem is right now, we don't even know what we're talking about sending, but why don't we wait until we get through the three groups? Or
Mhm.
is it three groups of changes you have or
I
more?
think it's more than 3 groups, but we'll break them, we'll put them together in 3 groups.
Is it 3 or 4 groups? Let's wait till we
Yeah.
get through the 3 or 4 groups of changes. Make our determinations of which one we can send out a reading and know what the tome of work that we have left is before we then ask somebody to do it, but maybe consider that as an option other than sending it to the ULDC since it's so far down the road. Yeah. Okay, all right, so let's
And then,
try to break it if you can into 3 bites,
okay, and then
4
we-
bites at the most.
Okay,
And then by beginning of the summer, we'll be through our 4 bites.
okay.
And then we can look at, okay, we have 20 items left, we have 10 items left, what do we have
Okay.
left? And then we have something to tell Treasure Coast, because without doing that, we don't. Is everybody okay with that, Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
Paul, Phyllis, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have something else to say, Phyllis, or you're
Nope.
just leaving your light on? Okay,
Leave my light on.
All right.
Faith and energy.
Okay, the next one is
Vote till
FAC.
6.
the fact committee is.
Yeah,
on.
the
Vote till
next,
6.
next one is FAC. I spoke with the audit partner. They supposedly have a draft. So I guess we're getting it any day. That will go out to you all and to FAC at the same time. And it will be presented to the FAC committee on April 28th. Also in here is a preliminary budget schedule that FAC will look at, and there are about 5 budget workshops included in that schedule with dates to be determined. So I don't know if there's anything else you
And I
want.
think one of the things that we said last year was that we want fact to be included in the budget workshops.
Right, they are
Okay, in
listed
all
to
of
be
them.
in
Okay,
your
all
budget
right, good.
workshops.
Yeah, so I remember that. Okay, perfect.
They have two of their own, too.
Well, they can have two of their own and be part of ours.
Okay. And then planning and zoning, I talked to Caitlin. We don't have anything at this point in time that's ready to go to PCB, but there are a number of things that will be coming up over the next, let's call it, end of the summer timeframe. There's the Panda Express that I think they met with all of you. They're putting in their application, or they met with some council members. I did not meet with them.
Wait a minute, I thought
Panda Express is putting in an
they were
application.
history. I thought, oh,
Panda
okay.
Express is putting in an application for location at the Groves at Town Center. That will go through the full process, including to P and Z, and then it will go to council when it's ready. When the application is reviewed. Our old application for the Seth Breyer property is still active, and Glenn can help me with this if he wants to, but they are answering a number of questions that all of the professionals that work for the town had with regard to their application, so that may be or should be coming to P and Z and then to council. I don't know if one of our other active applications is going to proceed or withdraw, but we have a couple of other applications that may be coming forward. So there's probably maybe 3 or 4, and I'm trying to go ahead and get them listed out for you and have it so that you can
So
see
will
it.
P and Z have anything to do on their April 10th meeting?
No, they will not, but they can certainly do, an introductory meeting, or we can delay it however you all wish to.
What do you think, guys? They're volunteers. Should we have them meet on April 10th if we have nothing to put before them?
No.
I don't think so, especially
Okay.
since we're asking them to come on the 15th. I agree with Lisa. How about you,
Okay,
Paul?
No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, why are we
They're
gonna,
volunteers,
no,
why take up their time if there's nothing for them to do?
not to mention
Yeah.
save staff time too, so
Right.
it's,
so I'm hopeful to have a list for you the next time that we show you what the committees are doing.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect. So we
one
can-
last thing.
Yep.
It was asked of us to bring forward the ordinance with regard to committees. And this is it. And I guess on 415, if you want to say what you want to change, we could do that, or we could do it now.
In regard to committees,
oh,
regard-
the direction, like, whether they're directed by us or they're self-directed or a mashup of the two, I think is where isn't that what we were talking
No,
about when we
what
said?
happened was,
Thank you.
we used to leave our committee members alone.
Thank you.
So we would get an honest and get their actual opinion. And then it got changed to where the council can
Right.
interject their opinion
thank you.
on these committees.
Okay, back to item number 8. Oh, do we need a decision on that?
No, we'll put it back on April 15th. If you could tell us the changes you wish to make
To the
to the, if any.
ordinance 2024-06.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going back to,
Number 8. And Lisa had something that she wanted she pulled it from consent, so we're gonna let her,
So, on the handout that Jeff provided, you'll find, looks like a letterhead from Sluggett and Associates dated October 1st, 2024. If y'all could find that. That would be great. And this is something only signed by Mr. Sluggett, but it outlines The scope of service, there's no end date for this service. And it's a monthly retainer of $7,500 a month. You'll also find from the packet what appears to be a contract that has nothing entered on page 1. But you'll turn to the second page of that. And you'll see under section 4, item A, that it's the term of October 1st to February 28th, 2025. On section 5, you'll see compensation, where it says the consultant's compensation shall not exceed $24,999. And then if you go all the way to the execution page, you'll see that it was signed yesterday. So the term ended a month ago. Then you'll also find an invoice. I believe it's an invoice. My original sheet. Purchase order, a purchase order for $24,999. It's a PO date of October 1st. And it was apparently generated today. And then you're going to find a spreadsheet that shows that this vendor has received 3 payments for $7,500 for October, November, and December. So I see some serious concerns and potential fraud here, where we've got documents generated and executed today. We've got a charter violation where the attorney did not review and execute the contract per the charter. And I have serious questions. Not that I have a problem with going forward with the contract, but I have serious concerns about how this all came to be in front of us today, which is why I asked for this documentation, since it was referenced in the agenda item. So that is why I brought this forward.
Go for it. Good.
Who would like to answer this?
I will, but I'm only going to answer the parts that I know.
Okay.
On September 19th, I put in to email a summary of discussion of what I wanted to work with Mary on pursuant to what we had been discussing for months.
Hold on a second, before you start your thing. Prior to that, we had a presentation from Mr. Book, who is our state lobbyist, who suggested that we engage the services of a local lobbyist for some of the things that we asked him. This is my recollection.
That is true.
That we asked him to do some local things, and he suggested that we engage a local lobbyist for some of those projects, as that wasn't something that his firm
Particularly also,
particularly did or wanted to do for us.
And
So that's
particularly-
where it all started.
right, particularly as it relates to grants and also interagency stuff locally, because he doesn't do stuff with South Florida and, that type of thing. Or the TPA or the county. And so I talked to Mary about it. And that's why we got the October 1st proposal from Sluggett and Associates. And at the particular point in time, I asked our staff to go ahead and put the standard PSA together. Mary will attest to that. We do a standard PSA that was drafted by our attorneys, and we try to fill in only, names and dates, and we attach either a scope of services or an engagement letter. We also went back and forth with Mary about we had to stay under my $25,000. So all of the conversation and all the work that we did was always with respect to keeping it under the $25,000. So I do have the ability to do that. And quite honestly, I think it was, as Glenn reminded me earlier today, Mr. Kurtz, who brought up the charter language about approval of all contracts in the charter. And that's where we have to figure out what we're going to do, because all purchase orders are contracts. And there has never been a time that our attorneys have ever approved purchase orders at all. In fact, they have reviewed form contracts when we adopted the purchasing and procurement manual and code when the current mayor was the chair of the FAC. We went through the full procurement manual and we did standard contracts, and that was with another attorney at Glenn's firm. And so it's only been recently that, and I don't remember when Mr. Kurtz identified that item, but none of our purchase orders or any of our contracts, except when they've been professional service contracts, have been reviewed by our attorney's office. So what we're doing in answer to a council person's request is we are going to provide all purchase orders because they are contracts. And we use the terms and conditions that our attorney has crafted for us and updates whenever there's any law changes. And then we're going to figure out what we need to do, whether it's the form of the contract that has to be subject to his approval, or whether it is the actual contract that he has to approve. Because early on and all the way up until recently, those contracts have been the form of the contract, and we do send over the PSAs to get reviewed. So that's my contribution. I was within my 25,000. I followed a public discussion, and I believed that it was towards what I had been tasked to do in a public meeting.
Would the attorney like to weigh in on that?
Well, the charter says that the town attorney shall approve all contracts, bonds, and other instruments which the town is concerned, and shall endorse, sign on each one, performing correctness. So, any obviously agenda items we usually see, we don't know what we don't see. So, for example, I didn't see, obviously I couldn't have seen the agreement that was signed on March 31st. That was effective October 1st because it wasn't even signed until March 31st. I saw it when you saw it today. So, it would be better practice if we had seen the contract back in October and signed off on it. And it's an ongoing conversation that we have about when should the attorney see the contract? When are we saving money by having somebody else draft the contract? It's frankly less cost effective to have somebody in staff draft it and send it us to review, because we have to review the whole thing to make sure they've caught everything. Most of our clients simply say, we want a contract with Joe for $5,000 to do this. We have our form contracts. It takes our staff very little time to do that. But for some reason here, it's not done that way. We'll do a contract and maybe we'll see it and maybe we won't. So I don't know what contracts we've seen and which we haven't.
Well,
This particular contract, we didn't see till today. It might have been our standard form professional service contract. But again, we're supposed to sign off on it for legal sufficiency. So I can't do it if I don't see it.
And you're supposed to sign it. Is it normal to sign a contract a month after the contract term expires?
No.
Is that legal?
If I say if it's illegal, and I would want you all to ratify it tonight. I would not sign it at this point because the contract was entered into in October to do work through February. It's being signed at the end of March. And, it talks about $7,500 a month in one place and then a cap of $24,999 in another place.
And
So,
proof of payments of 7,500 that don't agree with the contract, but agree with this letter.
well, the proof of payments look like they're for 3 months. So my question from seeing it for the first time 5 minutes ago is that, are there any payments for January and February? Because the vendor report looks like they were for payments for October, November, and December. So unless Mary and Jeff worked for free for January and February, that's the question. I mean, so there's a lot of questions that we shouldn't have in a contract like this. We should have seen this contract 6 months ago and approved it and noted that there was a discrepancy between the $7,500 a month and the $24,999 cap.
we met with Mr. Torcivia and the mayor earlier this year about trying to leverage the work between their firm and our staff. And it isn't quite as simple as it sounded with what Mr. Torsiva said. The contracts did not come back very quickly, and we did not really fare as timely as we would like to. But all that aside, we have the same issue as we have on many of these other contracts, because every purchase order is a contract. And every purchase order has not been reviewed or endorsed or signed by our attorney. So what we have done, based on the procurement manual and the ordinance that was adopted by the council in 2020, is we have used standard form contracts and terms and conditions that have been given to us by the attorney. And we have taken every item that's over $10,000, and we report the items over $10,000 to the council. So you have seen everything over 10, and everything over 25 gets reported to the council too. And there have been times that we have gone over the 25. In this case, we haven't. And it is my understanding that we do not have bills coming for the last 2 months, but there have been other times before me, more before me than with me, where we've had to go ahead and ratify spending over 25. So putting this on the agenda, I did bring it up before to put it on the agenda. Some of you know that. It wasn't ready until this agenda. So, you know, I serve at your pleasure, and I am willing to answer any and all questions. And
So that's
whatever
all
you need.
great background. That doesn't explain how an agreement that's open-ended for $7,500 a month that was generated back in October, then there's a PO that's generated today and a contract that was signed yesterday after I asked about this agenda item, getting this information on Friday. This was all fabricated after the fact.
No, it was not. No, it was not.
No.
There-
Oh, okay.
Okay.
How do you explain the
There's no
dates?
discrepancy in the agreement. The agreement is for 24,999.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
The letter that says it's for 7,500 and you cut them checks for 7,500?
The
Don't raise your
letter,
hand.
the letter was a proposal that was showing, or what we're showing you is that there was this proposal back in October 1st. There are previous drafts on the matter. What we had agreed to, and we had always agreed to, was that the amount of the contract would be for not more than $24,999, because that was the only authority that the manager had. So that was agreed to, that term. There is, in addition to this, there's emails back and forth between people. The memorialization of the agreement and the execution of the agreement did not happen until yesterday. The agreement in its final form was sent to them on March 24th. But the essence of the agreement and the material terms of the agreement have been in existence, and they were operating in good faith on that basis. And there was direction from the manager on all of those points.
So the
It
agenda
is not
item,
fabricated after the fact.
okay,
It is memorialized.
but it's
this
referenced in your agenda item. It's referenced in your resolution
Yes,
as an
because we-
existing contract.
Yes, it was.
No, you
existing.
had a handshake agreement is what you had. You just said they were operating under good
We had
faith.
we had an agreement. If they wanted
Okay.
to enforce that agreement for the services that they provided, there's no doubt
All
they
right.
would have been able to.
I defer
prevail.
to my fellow council members on this.
Well, I heard Mr. Torsiva say that he suggests that we ratify it. And I believe that I was directed by council to have a local lobbyist after our state lobbyist directed us to do so. We applied for several grants with our local lobbyists' assistance. We have made great headway with the county, and we've made great headway with the TPA. And we have also done, I think, a pretty good job of trying to identify stuff that we need to look at for the future. I've worked with her on a number of things, including fireworks. So I don't know how you feel, but I will do as you wish.
Okay, Phyllis has something to say.
So I've been sitting here, so I'm sure I absolutely encouraged this council, well, previous council, well, part of the previous council anyway, and our staff to move forward with Sluggett and Associates, because in case none of us remember, that Sluggett and Associates got us $4.5 million for the Okeechobee TPA grant, okay, which was murdered by 3 council members that are no longer sitting here. And you could thank them for all the accidents on that road at the same time, okay? The Sluggett and Associates live in our town. Sluggett's and Associates go above and beyond any other vendor in this town. They do volunteer many of their services. And I have absolutely no issue. I believe they're 100% above board. And by the way, a contract can be verbal. I agree, in a municipality, it should be written. Okay, but in the future, I would not suggest not going into contract with Sluggett and Associates, because they're one of our biggest assets in this town to get grants and money and keep Palm Beach County off Okeechobee. Okay, so I also find that things that go to our attorney's office do not come back to us in a timely manner, ever, okay? Things that go to the engineers also do not come back to people in a timely manner. We're still going through that. So you want to beat up Mary and Sluggett and Associates, but I also feel that there's something else here. There is a gigantic dysfunction of, we had an election and now we have people in this town that don't even talk to each other. All right. So we are always going to have differences of opinion. Okay. But the whole object of us sitting here is to keep this town moving forward. So thank you for catching that. And thank you for bringing it up. However, I think we'd be losing a great asset not to move forward with this resolution, with this agreement.
May I respond? So I think you missed the point. I had nothing wrong with Mary. As a matter of fact, I said that this is not about approving their contract. This is about.
I get what it is. It's not a written contract. It was not signed on the date.
This is the lack of staff dotting i's and crossing t's and
I blame.
and following protocols. I would ask that this council, in order to avoid some of the, and I would agree, some of the black holes that occur, that as an officer of the charter, that the town attorney create, whether it's an email chain back to us, whether it's an ordinance or a resolution, if it goes to them, they tell us when they got it, what the status is, if they've returned it, and the date for that, whether that's a monthly report or some kind of email thread. You just got to hit copy to people on that. I just think.
I agree. I 100% agree, but I want to add one thing.
Okay.
Okay, because our problem with the ULC DC and that vote that came back, we have we need to start looking for another law firm. And I would like you all to start considering that, because this is not just a staff problem.
Okay. Can I say something now? Are we done?
Unless Paul
Are we,
has something
are we
to
done? Are we done bickering back and forth? Okay.
Where's your light?
Yeah, I didn't turn it on this
So-
time. I don't know.
Here's what I would like to say. I think that our legal bills last year were $392,000, if I remember the number off the top of my head, almost $400,000. That is, in my opinion, outrageous for a town of our size. And I have made the request a number of times to reduce that.
amount. And I don't think that a policy of having every purchase order have to go through legal is a way to reduce that. How many purchase orders a month do we put out? Roughly, give me a rough number. 20,
100.
100? Okay, all right, come on. If the purchase order agreement was written by that law firm and we're following a template that is legally sufficient,
Good change.
then that should be sufficient. Okay, as long as we're following the template under our policies and procedures that was deemed legally sufficient by the law firm that wrote it, then that should be sufficient. We have to, we got to really get into this, and this is not the time or the place to get into this, but we really got to get into this. If we create a situation where every single purchase order has to go back and forth, even within the manager's limit of spending, within anybody's limit of spending, we're creating, those legal bills are going to go from, just shy of $400,000 a year to $500,000 or $600,000 a year. I think it should also be noted that that is not something that has been done in the 6 years that we've had this law firm. It's something that just in the last year they've decided, actually just in the last couple of months, they've decided that they needed to do. Which is something that concerns me greatly, just like the suddenly deciding that we have to go from that we have the point I was making earlier about the supermajority vote, but actually letting things pass that were 3-2 okay. So I share Phyllis's concerns with what's going on. I am somebody who tends to be very fiscally responsible, so I tend to be very concerned when we talk about things that are going to implode this thing the other way and make our legal fees excessive. I also agree a little bit with Lisa that this was done unusually, but I do recognize that a handshake agreement and an email agreement back and forth, and that I also was one of the people that was pushing for this local lobbyist who has worked in it for us in the past to start taking some action for us. I also know that this local lobbyist has been extremely generous with their time, and has come in at under the contract agreement price, or under what their monthly agreement price is by a significant amount in order to accommodate us. So with that said, I think that we should move forward and ratify this. I think that we should perhaps instruct staff and everyone involved that
Don't do it again.
we would like things done not in just a verbal manner in the future. And I think that we should let Mary McNicholas speak since she's here and she has wanted to speak for a while.
Okay,
So
so-
please stand up and
Question
speak.
for the attorney, though, is that not a charter concern that the charter does say that? So will we not have to deal with that language effectively?
Well, we will, or we'll have to, like, I know that in the past with other law firms we've had, they didn't interpretate the charter that we had to have all POs sign, go through them. They did not have that interpretation. That's never happened in the past, nor has it in the 6 years we've been with this firm. It's
I
just come
understand.
up.
I'd never been under the impression a purchase order was a contract.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, this was a contract for service with supposedly a defined timeline. So I think that one has to maybe decide what a contract is, like, so maybe that needs.
Anything that has consideration, an offer and consideration is a contract. Therefore, a PO is a contract.
Okay, so I think that.
Technically.
Okay, well, we'll have to understand where that line is gray
It
in the
may-
charter.
right.
And understand that. language moving
100%.
forward. Yeah, so, and
100%.
again, I have not attacked the actual vendor here. Right, I wholeheartedly agree with everybody's statements about Sluggett and Associates and how dedicated they've been. That's not been on the table. This was about the staff.
The
handling.
process, right,
Yeah.
how it was handled.
Yes.
I hear you 100%. But I think we need to have a lesson learned, move past it, and what would you like to say?
I'm Mary McNicholas. I'm the person who made this agreement. this is a typical, since there've been things that have been said, and I appreciate the kudos and everything. It's very nice, but there's been words that have been said that have not been accurate, and I need to correct it for the record. One part of me wants to just sit down, but it needs to be stated. This proposal was exactly what it is. Most clients sign the proposal and send it back to us. Okay, that was not the case in this situation. However, since you all had timeframes to get things done, okay, you will notice that there's a 30-day out, meaning you can terminate without cause, and so can I. So in essence, when we did this, we knew that it was a PO. We did it as a project, which was with the TPA and everything that had very serious timeframes. I went ahead and continued to do the work in due diligence and timeframes and completed everything, I believe, satisfactorily. Hopefully we'll be effective with it. This, for the record, you will only be billed up to the $24,999, which means that you have $2,400 and some dollars left if I choose to bill it. But in essence, it is 5 months of work at a discounted price, which only the town that we live in is given, just to be clear. So what I wanted to just mention is that there was nothing nefarious about this. There was no fraud. Everything was done. And those words do matter, especially to us because of our integrity. Everyone here did exactly what I thought they needed. I don't think anybody, we've been in and out of town, so maybe perhaps some staff couldn't reach us, whichever. We understand that. But as far as things go, except for a reimbursement of $25, which is a lobbyist registration fee, everything is pretty much, you've been billed what you're going to get. And you have a 12.5 credit discount from this. We appreciate working with the town. And if there's any questions, I would certainly love for someone to call me ahead of time and give me a heads up, just because it's not exactly the place you want to be sitting. I understand you all might have some internal things that you have to work out, but that doesn't really necessarily reflect on us. But we always appreciate doing things with you, and thank you for your comments. Nice kudos.
I do want to point out that at no point in time was there a lack of trying to get that contract in order. And there were issues that we had to do to meet the requirements of that contract, such as getting E-Verify and also getting the required paperwork and so on to get the contract in place. I fully accept whatever this issue is, and I say nothing about any of my staff, but I asked for a purchase order to be prepared. And I did not follow up on the details when they told me it was being taken care of. I fully own this and I ask you to ratify it. I was within my authority. I did nothing nefarious. I was never out of communication with the council about the matter. And I am grateful to have the opportunity to work with such a committed resident as Mary and Jeff. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass, sorry,
Ratify.
to ratify, sorry. Where's number 8?
25.
Yeah, resolution 2025-25.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Actually, there's two different
Oh.
motions I think you need to make.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
I think I
first
just
one-
passed the resolution. We got to ratify. We got to also, got to make another motion to ratify
You
the,
have to ratify the first one, that was October 1 through February 28th.
correct.
And then a new one, the resolution you just said.
Okay, so can we just have the second one?
Sure.
And then go back and do the first one? Okay, so go
Mayor,
ahead.
we do have a public comment.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Miss Cassie Suchi? Okay, never mind.
I make a motion to ratify the existing agreement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Passes 4-0.
Madam Mayor, let me.
And I greatly appreciate all the work you've done as well.
Let me comment on the purchase order matter. We have never asked to sign off on purchase orders. That's been the practice of the town to issue their purchase orders for years. when we had a conversation a few weeks ago, Jeff Francine and I, and Amelia in our office, I told them a true war story about purchase orders. And I wanted to be assured that they are using the town's purchase order and not a vendor's purchase order. In Belglade a few years ago, a purchasing director used a vendor, Sunbelt Rentals purchase order for one of those tall trucks that get up to the like FP&L poles. And rather than using the town's purchase order, they used the vendor's purchase order, which said that the city agreed to indemnify and defend Sunbelt for any accident that occurred. Well, one of our employees got run over by that truck. And one of our employees would have a workers' comp claim, which the town paid for, which was great. However, since there was an indemnification clause in there, when that employee sued Sunbelt for $250,000 for his injuries, would normally be covered by workers' comp, because our purchasing person had signed the vendor's purchase order, the city had to pay $250,000 out of pocket, not insurance, plus an outside law firm to defend it. So my point in that conversation with Francine and Jeff was, use our purchase order was great. I don't need to see it. We've approved the form. Just make sure you're not using the vendor's purchase order.
But I think you're missing the point, Glenn, which is the point that Lisa just brought up after I made my little diatribe, which is that if the charter says that you have to review all contracts, and that's the way that you're going to interpret that, a purchase order is a contract. So Lisa is correct in pointing out that we need to work on some charter language
Right,
and
and
clear it up, because it puts all of us in a very difficult situation.
There's also other charter language that needs
Correct.
to
There
be
is
reviewed.
I think it perhaps is time to call for another charter review committee and bring some of these things up, because this isn't the first time that we've come across charter language
And-
that
and-
is,
We
th-
have-
that, and I have, for those of you listening who are going to say I'm against the founding fathers, I am not. I fully support the founders of Loxahatchee Groves, but once again, just like with the RV policy, they made a founding document. And now it's got some real growing pains that need to be reviewed and looked at, just like we had a charter review committee in 2019,
19,
I think, 20, something like that. It's time for us just to take a look at it as these things come up. It would be not be prudent for us not to take another look at it and see if we can't, get some of this language cleared up, so so our attorney doesn't feel like they're in a difficult situation. So we don't have to sit here and be racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of legal bills in order to be in full compliance with the charter. So I think it's time to take a look at some of that
I agree.
language.
And I'm going to share one with you that you may not know. Some of you may, some of you might not. The charter has the town manager signing for things.
Signing all the checks.
Correct.
Yeah, our
The
charter
town
says that the
manager
town manager has to sign all
never
checks.
signed
So
the
that is
checks.
correct.
And it was a resolution that adopted that the required signers are two of the council.
That is correct.
And so there are a lot of little things just like that.
Kind of like
that
cleaning
have
up
to
the
be-
ULDC. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that to clean it up.
Paul, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to concur that I think that we need, I think a periodic review of that is necessary regardless, because, this is 2025.
100%.
The climate's different. Our population has grown substantially since then. So,
How
you
many
know,
people were on the last charter review committee? Does anybody remember?
20.
15. There was 3 per council member.
so
So
Initially.
do we want to try to come up with 3 per council member by the 15th? Can everybody do that? So we can
Let's-
start another charter review?
I heard the charter review committee was actually worked very well together, correct?
I believe they did.
Why don't
Wasn't-
we
Isn't there a state requirement
ask
to do it every
them to
10
come
years?
back?
I think?
Well, I mean, it's been 6, you're saying, 5 or 6, you're saying, so let's do it.
yeah, can we look at the last committee and just ask those folks?
Back to us on the 15th, a list of who was on the last committee, so we can take a look at it and see if there's any changes we wish to make or. reason.
Number
They
of
could email
people
it to us,
have
couldn't
moved.
they? Right?
Well, we can
can
fill
talk
in the
about it on- We
blanks.
can talk
Okay.
about it on the. 15th.
Yeah, because I mean, there might be a couple of people on there that
There's a
personally
bunch
we
of
might know
people
have
that
left or
moved
whatever.
in.
Yeah.
That we could decide, okay, there's 3 missing, so we gotta arm wrestle over who gets to appoint them, or else we can all agree on it. God forbid we all agree on it.
And
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make suggestions to cut back on your legal bills. I'd like you to direct staff to no longer prepare the contracts and then send us something that we then have to review the whole thing. Just tell us the details of what they need. Give us at least the timeline, and our deadline is 3 weeks before an agenda meeting. We often get stuff the day of or the day before an agenda is getting published to look at because somebody else put it together, and then we've got to fix it. Mary's contract is an example. We got the contract the day of that it was going out, and it was missing 3 clauses, and we had to add them back in. It would have been so much easier. Just tell us back in October, we need a contract with Sluggett and Associate. It would have been turned around like that. So you,
Sorry, Glenn, I'm not buying that it would have been turned around by that.
Why
That's not been
did
my
it
experience
change?
with your
we turned around all these resolutions in one day. All those resolutions supposed to be done by staff. They weren't done at the last minute. We get stuff all the time at the last minute because staff doesn't do it and we get blamed, and I'm sick and tired of it. I really am. You know, you can look in Asana and that will show you when something gets assigned to somebody. We are frequently picking up the slack, and I don't mind picking up the slack, but I don't want to get blamed for picking up the slack when we get stuff at the last minute all the time, every agenda.
Well, I'm actually a little bit tired of the whole back and forth. I
Yeah,
think we
that's
need to
better.
find a better process. And, you know, this is just not working for us. So we need to figure out a way to save money and save frustration and just get the stuff moved forward.
100%. Okay,
Could we maybe suggest at the April 15th workshop that the attorney come forward with what he sees as cost drivers for the town, and a manager can do the same thing when it comes to how those two divisions are functioning or not functioning?
This workshop's getting deep.
Yeah, and
I'm just saying, I don't mind it, but I'm just saying it's getting really,
My concern is that it's a finger pointing this way.
right.
And we're all sitting up here going, what's really happening? And I don't think that, I think if data shows that this is a cost driver here, and then they can say, well, we can cut it back by doing X or Y. I just don't think that the constant back and forth and
100%. I
Yeah, where we-
this conversation with both manager and the attorney was that I wanted to stop with the finger pointing because I really don't care. What I care about is how to move things forward. I'm tired of hearing who did what or why it can't be done. I want to hear how it can be done. I
Right.
want to hear solutions. That's what I want to hear. And I don't want any more time wasted on the back and forth stuff. I want time spent on creating solutions for our town.
all right,
And so I've had this conversation, so.
okay,
I've
but
kinda
I think
lost a little
we need to
confidence.
have this
I,
conversation.
100%.
Can we ask at the workshop that they both present why?
No,
I'm-
because I think that's more finger pointing. I think I.
Okay, well, I would
Agreed.
ask,
The way that you just said that is finger pointing. So say it a different way where it won't be finger pointing. I'm looking for something more positive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Something that will have a positive solution outcome. I think that's what you just said is open for
cost,
finger
a
pointing.
cost analysis, right? So, obviously, there's no like last minute extra charge, like you're not getting express shipping here, right?
Right.
Like, it's not like, oh my God, we got these things at the last minute. But at our last meeting, we set agenda deadlines, and we said agenda deadlines will not be broken.
Right.
This agenda was late. The deadlines for staff to provide documentation for the agenda were broken. So these things were not met in the time that they're required in order to hit on a target. And per our own little policy here, agendas are late if they're given out after 5 PM on Wednesday. Whether that, I don't care if it's an electronic, I don't mind electric links, that's fine with me. But why are we seeing things late? And how is that driving up costs, particularly maybe to legal or to overtime with staff? I don't think we really have an understanding. Perhaps that's something FAC can look into. I don't know. I don't know a better way to state it, that it isn't, you know, this is what we get and this is why we feel this way. Paul,
Question.
raised your hand.
Yeah, well, because I have my light on and you're on a roll. Yeah, so you'll have to excuse me. I come from two different worlds. I come from government world and I come from private sector world. So is everything that we have, let's just take it on a billable basis, right? So is Tercivia, is that bill broken out itemized per like review PO, this many hour, ... So you could break it down.
Some of it is.
Okay, so what I'm saying, just as an example, or reviewed ordinance language or whatever.
Yeah.
So could we break it down like Lisa's saying and say, okay, we spent we spent all our money in this aspect of it. We spent, you understand what I'm saying? I think what she's getting at and what Anita's getting at is that's a very unbiased, non-finger point, whatever way of looking at it. It's data. We look at it, we go, okay, listen, we spent all our money in this. Well, how can we better Francine and Tresivia as a whole? How can we better organize, how can that be more efficient to where it's
So we
not?
do
You
that.
understand where I'm going?
We provide a bill now that's very detailed, phone conversation with Francine regarding this or that. For the last 5 months, we've been providing Jeff with a report of areas where there was, livestock waste, money spent on livestock waste, money spent on sign ordinance. Commissioner Maligo asked me a while ago, how much money did we send on the sign code in 2024? And I emailed it back, $9,000. And that was for the sign code that was presented to you in June of 24. I know that's the next issue, but you have just spent a whole lot more money on the sign code because the manager told us that she wanted a brand new sign code, not the council.
Okay,
So
I get that.
But whether it's finger pointing or not, when you keep revisiting the same issue and deciding you're going to change it again and again and again, that's where you keep running up cost. I mean, if
Well, I
you
get that. If we sit here and we have you write a new ULDC code in its entirety and it costs us 20 grand, and then we come back after we read it and go, no, you got to change half the document, it costs another 10 grand. We get that.
Right.
What we're saying is allow us to let us understand, allow us to help or whatever, and say, instead of Francine going this or Jeff saying this is where they're holding us up, and you're going, no, this is that we're holding up because of here. And this is the, why not just look at the bill itemized for the last year or the 2 years, whatever, and say, you spent your bulk share of funds. And listen, I'm not an accountant. I couldn't, you spent your bulk share of funds in ordinance writing or in defending against code enforcement or that way we can look at it and go, okay, well, and it's just a very unbiased, we can save money if we can,
Let's have the bills for the June 1st meeting. Let's have the very itemized bills.
Very itemized.
And could we also have the list of priorities that were given, I guess it was 6 months ago, and the monthly priorities that were given along with that?
So I will be happy to give you that. I do want to step back for a moment because there is a little bit of a missing link. First, I want to say I have no argument with anyone, not anybody in any firm, anybody, have no argument about this. Really hate this whole finger pointing thing. Hate hearing about who did what, because once you shoot Johnny's dead. He doesn't come back to life no matter what you say happened with the gun. Okay? What I think we really need is to do council priorities because we are here to serve the community and you are elected by the community to serve them. And we have a preponderance of items that have been priorities for years that are not making it to the agenda. I will give you an example. The sign code is certainly one. It's been being worked on since 2018. The tree removal and the related sections of the ULDC, that would be section 87 and section 85, have been being worked on for quite a long time. There are a number of things that have been being worked on for quite a long time. And then when the council says, oh, we'll put that on the agenda, then we take a little side trip. So what I think we probably need to do is follow what Councilmember El Rami said, I think it was her, at the last meeting, pick 3 things a month, I mean, because we're saying we're going to get this stuff through. Just think about it for a moment. If we're going to get this through committees and then we're going to put it here, we're not going to be able to meet these deadlines. You see, we put deadlines with everybody because we know what those deadlines are. And right now, if you look at item 15 of your agenda, we put in here May and June. We took all the stuff to December out so we could just focus on what needs to come in May and June. And right at this moment in time, you got basically close to a full page for May of items. actually a little bit over a page. And June is going to be pretty big too. So
I think we might need to consider doing 2 meetings a month for a while again, which would not thrill me, but it is what it is, because there's just too much to get through.
I agree. Got a lot of ground to cover.
We got a lot of ground to cover. I just think we need to, if you guys can look at the schedule and maybe bring back to the workshop second dates for every month. I mean, we got to do it throughout the summer anyhow for budgeting. So why don't we start now a couple of months early and try to get some of these big ticket items off our plate?
I don't
But
mind.
in the meantime, I think that if
Don't
we
mind.
could have either
Yeah.
at this next meeting, this April 15th meeting, or the June 1st, if it takes that long. I think that something that will give me a better understanding of what's going on, with no finger pointing, is your priorities list that has been provided to the attorney along with their itemized bill. If I could have that, that would give me some groundwork to start with, to formulate the questions that I have. Okay, but I also think that we need to put not just the attorney's contract, I think we need to review all of our big contracts. I do it routinely in my business every couple of years. I look at my big ticket item contracts and I review them. We've had this attorney for 6 years and we haven't reviewed their contracts, so with it coming up in September, I think, for renewal, I think we need to review their contract. I think we need to review coastal waste contract. I think we need to review the sheriff's contracts. Think we need to look at all our contracts that are really big contracts and take a look at them and see whether we're happy with the services that we're getting in all those places and not, or not happy with the services that we're getting in those places.
Is that, and I have no idea, but is that something that FAC could review?
No.
No, okay.
I agree with Francine 100% that if you were to have 3 priorities a month, because you have a list here that is overwhelming for the staff you have. I mean, there's enough items here that you could have double the staff.
That's probably
Right.
what we need to get to.
Right, and that's whether it's legal fees, engineering fees, or staff time.
Engineering, that would be the other contracts.
But
to
no matter
review.
what it is, I've heard Francine say this, you're trying to fix 15 years worth of issues in a short period of time. If the council could help us and prioritize, say, these are the 3 issues we want to work on for the next month or 2 months or 3 months, and realize the rest is going to wait. You talked tonight about ULDC, agritourism. I mean, those are all big issues, and everything, the normal stuff keeps going on, contracts. So I think we're in alignment that there's too many priorities. I went through the priority list a few months ago, for instance, 165 items.
Well,
165
I think
items.
we're all in that agreement.
Yeah.
I really do. I think we're all in that agreement. You know, that there's been, I mean, Phyllis has sat up here longer than the rest of us. She can tell you how much stuff has been kicked down the road.
Kicking the same can down the road.
I
Right.
left it up to her.
But
But
I think that's the first step towards us being able to figure that out, is to see what the money's been spent on and
Right.
what's been directed to be done, and then we can take a look. So,
Yeah.
so let's have that for the next meeting and let's put this to bed. But I would like to put reviews of all major contracts, if everybody's in agreement with me, get that done before our budget in August.
that could be our second workshop that we add on.
Right, next month, maybe the second
You
workshop
need a
next
motion?
month. Yeah, I think we need a motion.
So
to
moved.
review all major contracts.
A motion to review all major contracts prior to budget review, budget discussion.
Yes, starting at second work.
And do you want a motion for second?
May
monthly
workshop.
Meeting workshops?
Yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
put that all together?
Put it all together.
All right. So a motion to review all major contracts prior to budget review discussion and the addition of a second monthly meeting workshop, which would be the 3rd Tuesday of the month, if it works in everyone's schedule.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, perfect. That takes care of that.
So you see that we cleaned up the agenda list for May 6th and June 3rd. It's not obviously manageable. And we did identify what we need to send to FAC and the time frame there. But this is something we need to look at, what you want to send to committees before it comes to you. So if when we come back on the 15th, we could have a conversation on what we show for,
May 6th.
This is 15 we're talking about?
Yeah, we're looking at item number 15.
Yeah.
Table here, okay.
The tiny table,
Okay,
everything
but
that
yeah.
says May
Need a magnifier
6th,
glass?
everything that
Yeah.
says May 6th, we have to decide if we can send to committees.
Well, if you want to send to committee.
And we have to decide if we can send to committees.
Right,
Right.
exactly. I think we did make a heavy load for FAC because they seem to go first. RecGAC already has a bunch of stuff and ULDC has a bunch of stuff. So, and Charter's gonna have a bunch of stuff.
So probably not. Probably just have to go to our second meetings, but that's okay. We can't, I mean, we have to remember too that A, those committee members are volunteers, and B, every time those committees meet, there is a cost to those
Absolutely.
committees meeting, okay?
Absolutely.
There is a between staff, legal, I mean, there's a financial cost to the meeting too, so.
They should be very focused.
Yes,
Well,
like we want to give them, we don't want to overburden them and
Right.
give them too much on their plate. We want to let them, handle an issue and get it done. So,
Well, I don't mean to speak for the existing committee, but I can tell you the ULDC was kind of chomping at the bit to add something to the plate.
okay,
That they
well,
were, you know what I'm saying? It was, we're good with going to Rural Vista.
deep right
Yeah,
now.
now they are. Yeah. Careful what you ask for, right?
I feel like they stacked 3 deep, so I feel like they're okay. All right. So the direction on that, Francine, is that we're gonna look at item 15 and decide if any of the May 6th can go to committee or go someplace other than on our agenda, or perhaps which ones we want to have at the workshop that month,
Got it.
as opposed to
So
on the
May
agenda.
6th.
May
May
6th
6th.
from item 15. May 6th from item
Let
15.
me make that, and that right place.
All right, let's look at the April calendar, shall we?
No.
Well, April is volunteer appreciation month. And we were hoping, and I think the cat's out of the bag on that. We
Sorry.
said we wanted to do something on April 15th and Glenn checked his schedule. Now we need to check with all of our committees where we invite them all and they get the early version of Sunshine and Ethics, and they can just get right to the business of their committees at their meetings as opposed to that. And we'll do something nice to thank them. And then we'll have a workshop after that.
Give them turtles.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is
Not
that,
really.
I was asked by, since we're talking about April, I was asked by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue and PBSO if they could partner with us to do Family Fun Day. And I'm supposed to have a meeting with them. I think it's on Thursday morning to talk about when we would do a Family Fun
Are we
Day.
doing it in May before it gets too hot?
Well, that's what we were talking about doing, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
We're always doing it quick.
Well,
That's big.
I would say May before it gets too hot, or October after it
Well,
starts
then
cooling
make
down
it-
a little bit, but not in the
Either
middle of the
way.
summer.
Oh,
I hear you.
I don't hate it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Are you okay with
I
October?
mean, a month is, it's really a month because
Right.
April's kind of,
Yeah.
we're here.
I'm-
So,
Oh, right, we
yeah,
do
that's
this
a
every
month and a
year.
half, yeah.
We're like, let's have
And
a
then by the
credit,
time it's June
next
and
weekend.
Yeah, oh, can you be there? Okay, we're doing it.
I'm
on
sorry,
Saturday.
you laughing.
But
Yeah.
by the time it's
Oh,
June,
sorry.
July and August,
Yeah.
it's like, forget it. So.
Oh, yeah, no.
October.
It's already hot.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
feels-
fine.
If we did it October near Halloween, that would be a really good. family
would.
fun thing. We could have
Oh, yeah.
pumpkins.
We could do like
We
a,
can't, we had a conflict with Trunk and Treat
Why?
one year, something, I
We
think.
did, we
We
did.
did, so don't conflict with Trunk and Treat.
Okay.
oh,
Okay.
they're all over the place though. I mean,
Yeah, so we need to have it earlier in October.
well, I mean, we just gotta figure it because they're all, I mean, I can tell you there's trunk or treats everywhere the whole month. Yeah.
So,
We'll have a trunk or treat too.
well, I'm very, very grateful that Mary stayed because also in April, we were supposed to begin the community outreach and listening session relative to council's previous direction to us to move forward with a neighborhood or a business district along the southern corridor. And what we had talked about doing, and I did send you all a very early draft. We have changed and cleaned up the drafts right now, and I haven't sent them back out. because we wanted to talk with you about how we wanted to approach it. Mary, did you want to join any of this conversation? Yeah, because
See, just for the record, before she does that, just item 17, we finished the calendar, item 16, item 17, we just kind of went over, but those are already approved proclamations. I don't think anybody has anything
Yeah.
No.
concerned about that, but I just didn't want there to be a number missing for the record. Okay, we're on tonight, under 18, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mary.
No, no worries. As far as, just getting extensive community input, we've begun the process, pretty much trying to just get many levels and rounds of input to see what types of protection, what type of buffers, what type of keep Loxahatchee Groves rural, keep it the same things that we want it to be, and also try to segue and make sure that, everybody knows what's going on with, applications, people coming in, things being built, that kind of stuff. What we've done so far is we've reached out to some of the people that have put in a petition, and, trying to figure out what they actually want. And pretty much we're just going to continue doing community input. We did ask for it to be at the State College just because while it's cozy to do it right here, it's very cozy. So we want people to be comfortable. And so we did get a lecture hall. If it's too big or whatever, we'll come right back to this because it's worked well. And it's much easier to schedule and things. Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, I obviously had asked for them. We had gotten a grant of $50,000 back when town council member El Ramy was mayor. And then subsequent to that, it was never even implemented. It wasn't used. It was just to see what types of things we could possibly, envelope or put into the Southern Boulevard corridor. That's really all it is at this point. Does anyone have any questions? I mean, we'll bring it back to you all as soon as we get some more collection of data, as you said, earlier, or, find out what other input we have. But we're in a very preliminary stage, like you had mentioned.
I have a question.
Sure.
I saw some of the earlier drafts. I don't know that I saw the final of the invitation that was being sent to these events that you were doing, like door hangers and emails and all that kind of stuff.
For residents,
yeah,
we
okay,
wanted
so-
to especially do a
Well,
door
yeah,
hanger.
So what I noticed was that you had two categories, which I thought was great. You had business owners, and you want to get the input of the business
Mhm.
owners in the area, and I think that's important to have. But then you also had just residents as a group of residents. But I wanted to ask from a legal standpoint, and I'm not about dividing the town, you know that, I'm about unifying the town, so please don't
Mhm.
anybody misconstrue what I'm saying. But I think that in a case like this, there are actually two different classes of residents. I think that there should be a portion of this where we get all the residents' input on the business corridor, because I think that's important. But I think that there maybe needs to be a workshop where we get the specific input from the residents who are directly affected, maybe all of those who live, let's say, south of Collecting Canal.
That's how we're using it right now. That's how
You know
we're
what I'm
planning.
saying? I
No,
mean, I
that's what
want
we're
everybody-
planning because
okay,
we've
so
got
there's
to
three-
include.
So there's three groups, basically.
No, it's two. I thought it was everybody. Isn't it south
As
of
of right
Collecting Canal?
now, what we have done is we did two letters.
Yeah.
One to the residents, people that just live there happily, and one to the business owners and large property owners.
Okay, but where's the one where everybody, even somebody who lives on North Road is?
We're not there yet. We're not
Okay,
even there
okay,
yet.
okay.
What we thought
we're gonna
is
get
we
there.
should, absolutely.
Okay.
We're doing tons of community input. The reason is that I wouldn't want to go to, let's say my street, and I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to start asking people somewhere else before I talk to the people that it's mainly affected. I think it's more, it's kinder, they're being very frank, they're being open. And, we purposely did not put the two groups kind of together because in essence, they need their space. They need to figure out everybody's sides of things. And then, we keep adding different facets to it. And I mean, if there's other ideas, we're certainly open to it. There's different ways to do community input. This has just been the most successful that I'm aware of.
When's the first meeting?
Well,
This weekend?
April 8th. It's next week. It's next week.
Oh, next week.
Next week. It's a
April
during the week.
Oh, do we send out the
Okay.
mailer?
No, we wanted to wait until after this meeting. Some questions were brought up to me about, why we were doing this and
I just
so
thought I
on and
missed
so
it.
forth. So,
No.
I wanted to
No.
make sure that we were okay with the approach that we're taking before we do it. We are going to do door hangers. We actually ordered door hangers, and we are also, the other way we've done door hangers before is we write a letter and we stick it in the plastic and we go out to residents. So
Right now, we're doing both actually.
Correct, we
Because
are doing
I mean, Francine has agreed and I strongly feel, obviously, that the residents, not that the others are not property owners and have property rights and things, but in essence, the residents need to be able to see what it is that they want. And,
Correct.
they can all agree to disagree. It's okay. It's a safe kind of communication. At least that's what we found. Mhm.
Lisa? All's done? Okay.
Yeah, my light's off. She can't see. It's on the.
So these printed materials and all this stuff, Treasure Coast Planning coming in on this, do we have a cost? Any projected cost of what long-term this is gonna run?
At this point, they are not charging us. They are glad to be here and be included. And we had pretty much begged them to come in. I like Treasure Coast Planning Council. It may or may not work for everything that we need here. But we're certainly willing to try it. So there is not cost there. There's not additional cost for anything I'm doing. Any of the printed stuff I thought we were doing it on the computer. I think it's all in-house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And I
then-
think, I'm sorry, let me just mention cost-wise though, there might be some cost in someone putting it out, meaning putting time to put it on a door hang.
I will use staff to go.
Sure. I think that's what we talked about. So no outside cost that we know of.
This initial one, that's literally a week from today, is just the southern people from where to where?
Where we included was Southern Boulevard to Collecting Canal
No,
and the
east to
whole
west.
east to west, the whole town.
The whole east to west.
The whole
south
town.
of- South of Collecting Canal.
Correct.
Okay.
That'd be
And-
minus the hospital, right? Sorry.
The hospital's not within our
I'm just.
jurisdiction.
That's why I asked the.
We only
That's why I
included,
asked the
we
question.
only included within the town
Okay, but that,
orders.
I just
Yes.
was
Okay.
clarifying.
I hope that answers your question.
And it's a 1 o'clock on a Tuesday. Is it actually realistic to expect that?
That's the business center one.
Yeah, that's the business
That's
group.
only businesses.
Yes, that's how
Okay.
we did it. That's how we're doing it to begin with. We're, we
Oh, I
might.
thought it was everybody south of Southern.
No,
Business people know, I think it's what, 4
Correct.
o'clock for the.
4 o'clock for residents. That was recommended and that was requested.
Still 4 o'clock's early with a week's notice.
Nobody seemed to have any issue with any of the other times. They requested it. So they all know the dates coming up.
Okay.
It's just kind of to get,
It's that this.
we're going to
on
do
the-
more. We're going to do more of them.
Citizens that have put in a petition
I've
or
seen
request for,
some of that, yeah.
yeah, for like sewage, like they want to be part of the conversation. So I
Yeah.
think they're already in on the conversation of this and have made.
But the rest of the town isn't, right? But
We're
Fran-
not up to that yet. That's
I
the only
understand.
thing. Mhm.
Francine had made a comment that the public is welcome to come to this, but there's no, that this is something I wanted to bring up later, but getting things on the town website, because I think we can all agree now that the internet is Main Street USA, right? So people are going to drive up here to see what they taped on the door or, looking at printed paper. Even what I'm seeing right here on this calendar and what we had at the last month's, these things weren't on the town website calendar because I check it all the time because I do the newsletter. So we need to, I think tonight, make a deadline of anything that's going to be publicly done. We should have a date that this has to be required by.
So
This
one
is
thing.
outside of.
Right, I know. I'm getting used to it. I got the idea
Yeah.
that I'm kind of like going to be, whatever is procedurally needs to be updated. I get it.
Right.
The one thing I just want to mention is that our initial, the best way, and all I can do is recommend to you, the best way to do the community input is to get the people that are directly affected immediately. That's how, you want to build and see what it is. And then we'll do outside of the corridor area, because these are the people that own properties, own residents, it directly affects them. So they need to have the input. And I am not sticking it to any name of anything. I think I've mentioned it to several or most of you, is that right now, I don't know what it's going to be called. There were discussions in the past that, there was to be potentially a medical overlay or something. It may or may not work at this point. We've just got to see what everybody wants first, and then we're going to try to come up with some options that might work the best for the town. That's just the idea. It does work best to include the people that are directly affected first. Certainly, any meeting we have is open to the public, so people can be in, we'll have seats or whichever that way. But it is a conversation to get input, and it does work best when they can speak frankly. At least it has.
Thank you, Mary, because that is what I said. It would be separate sessions.
Yeah.
And that any meeting that we have in a public building is a public meeting. Nobody would be refused. But I think that the Treasure Coast is listening for what the stakeholders there think first, as opposed to, everyone. They want to try to go ahead and focus to the neighborhoods like we did when we went out for 161st and we went to Gruber and we went to the different neighborhoods to see what they wanted. A Road, same thing. We did, in fact, Richard hosted those meetings and we had them in here, much smaller group. The other thing is that also Councilmember Al Ramey is right. Everything is on the internet. So we will put this on the internet and we will do social media. But,
It's not about what you're gonna do. It's that we set deadlines that these things must be published. So people are more aware. And I think that's part of the frustration when you talk to people is they're like, well, I didn't know that was going on. Or when did that get posted? Or why isn't that posted?
And that's where those signs that I talked about, those
Yeah.
movable signs is so big. I was saying, let's get one of those movable signs that we can put, like, when they're doing the trail
Right.
in Gruber Lane that says, hey,
Yeah.
your tax dollars at work, Gruber Lane is
placard.
getting a,
Mhm.
Gruber Lane is getting a trail next to it or whatever. So,
I-
but those things could also be
Right.
used for.
I believe we tried to include it at least 10 days ahead of time, but I think you brought up some comments and stuff. So we wanted to wait to get your input. And if anybody has any other ideas, I'm open to any of it, whatever way we can work it the best. I mean, there's no
But
set.
this is the first meeting of May.
These are just
right? So-
multiple. It's very preliminary, very preliminary. So any other ideas, feel free to give me a call, whichever. Okay.
Francine, if I could just stop you before you talk about fireworks. So I apologize, everybody. Things were a little out of order tonight and I inadvertently skipped over item 15 was, no, I'm sorry.
Item 14.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Item 14. I myself read it and I'm okay with it. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Gallant about the road drainage and emergency management? I update item 14. I have no notes with any questions. It's just, we usually just receive it as a report and we're okay with it, but does anybody have any questions before I completely gloss over it? No? Any questions?
I just want to say one, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
I would like us to, I was talking to these guys about North Road. And I have a problem with doing Carrie Bunny and Folsom without finishing North B Road, G Square, and North Road. And we had a little bit of a different council here before, but I would like, when you bring that up.
Those are culverts. These are all culverts. That's not.
Oh, okay, right.
Sorry.
All right, I didn't mean, but there are roads on the road schedule to get paved, and I would like to maybe bring that back up to
I
reconsider the
think we
road.
have doing the gaps on the schedule for this year.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Doing the gaps
We
means
put
the
it-
unfinished work.
Correct, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only roads on this year's paving project is A Road Collecting Canal and then the gaps. That's it. And then next year,
Perfect.
Which is the priority?
A Road and Collecting. Well, it'll all be done at the same time. I mean. it'll be
Oh, it's all,
one-
all gonna be done at the same
Right,
time?
yeah, it'll be one bid that'll go out. There's actually in somewhere
And then
here
they get
is our tentative CIP schedule for all those projects. And
And then North Road
yeah, and the way our
has work to
capital,
be done.
right, the way our CIP is set up is in FY 25, we're doing A Road collecting in the gaps. Then FY 26 is to do the preparation for upper and lower north roads. And then FY 27 is to actually pave it.
Well, I think the direction Phyllis was going, and I've said this multiple times in the past, is, I understand everybody saw the pavement going down and they wanted their, the bunny lanes of the world and the Paradise Trail and all that stuff. They wanted all this paved. But the reality is we stopped paving in certain sections and we didn't address the most egregious paved road that was already in our town. And it still sits in disrepair at this point.
Correct.
I mean, it's an accident waiting to happen. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
so, I mean, I don't know.
So
Yeah,
start
so-
working on easements now.
I think maybe we need to address the priority of why I understand that's what the capital improvement plan says today for this year, but it's like 2020. So it's like 2025 is getting ready and then we're going to pave it in 2026. North Road.
No,
That's what you just said.
yeah.
No, FY 25 is prep and paving, A and collecting, and then the gap roads. FY 26, which starts October 1st, 2025,
Right.
is
North.
we have it in the CIP budget. It has to obviously be passed by you guys.
Right.
In the budget's 400 and I forget what the number is, like $437,000, something like that, to do the preparations for upper and lower North Road.
So in October, you'll get to vote to make that the first priority, which I think probably.
It'd be the only
We
priority.
can change it.
And then FY 27, because it's going to take a solid year to get that road ready to be paved. And then, oh yeah, you can't just slap asphalt down almost on top of there. You've got to remove.
No, you were
Yeah.
talking to the guy who was preaching about standards
Right.
before the first bit of pavement hit the ground. So,
Right. I mean, there's fire hydrants that have to be moved.
Yeah.
There's a
right.
bunch of work that's got to be done.
Good, Paul, with that? Okay, thank you, Richard. Oh, public comments on the
Anything.
road drainage and emergency management. Do I have any public comments sitting over there? We've
No, we don't, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Francine, if you want to continue on with the fireworks legislation.
Okay, we reached out to,
We're on item 18.
Representative Weinberger. And we are trying to set up a meeting with the mayor and it's a follow-up meeting. They've already met. We have also asked that we're trying to collect some data like the videos and so on of the different, experiences that everybody had during the fireworks.
Yeah,
And
if
our
any
hope.
Negative fireworks experiences with animals, please send us videos.
Send the
or,
video.
Right.
Any kind of documentation you have of that, that would be a great thing to have with Meg. She's a super animal lover. She has like, I think 50 dogs that she's rescued and horses and every kind of animal you can think of. So anybody who has any negative fireworks animal experiences would be a really good thing for me to bring into that meeting. So-
I have something to add, maybe. Can we check with the sheriff's department and see if they got, what kind of calls
I
they
did-
got
I
on
did
4th
ask
of
them.
July?
I did
and New
ask them. I
Year's.
said to our captain, I needed to get that from him.
Perfect.
So I also, last year, we also reached out to fire rescue to try to help us. And I think that regardless of how we fare up in Tallahassee this year, because the goal would be to try to get something thrown into somebody else's bill. And since there's so many agricultural and rural bills, one of the things that they think is going to help us is because we have a rural designation that might help. But I'm not really sure about that. And also, I'm going to send this out to all of you, but on January 7th, 2025, Mr. Torsivia wrote us a follow-up letter to an original opinion on the fireworks, basically telling us that we probably need to do a local bill for this, which, it's probably going to be an uphill battle to get somebody to put something into an existing bill. So that, to that end, we're going to start working now on a sign program, extra police patrols, which I did ask them if they would do for us on the fireworks allowed holidays. And I think we could do a little bit better job of messaging. And also, I did reach out to forestry, but I have not heard back. I do think some of the things that were mentioned at last week's meeting are a great idea, and they were a great partner with us during the storms. So, I mean, any and all ideas are always welcome.
Okay, you done?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Lisa, the
But,
question, I think. Do you have a question?
If she's still going on that same
Well,
subject.
not on fireworks. I'm
Oh,
done
not,
with
okay.
that.
What's the status of the ordinance we asked to have drawn up for first and second reading before 4th of July?
I brought up that ordinance that we did in 2020 to Mr. Torcivia, and he's going to take a look at it. I also went back in history to look at anything else that we had ever done on fireworks. And the only thing I could really find was a resolution, supporting that there shouldn't be fireworks, but we did not do an ordinance. We are going to do it now, though. Are we missing something?
No, I'm just looking at, because
Uh-huh.
I have 2020-05.
Right,
That's the
yeah.
previous one that we kicked
Yes.
around.
Uh-huh.
So, and I know that in conversation about this, I think it's very important that we also note the extensiveness of our tree canopy.
Yes,
The
absolutely.
concerns of other municipalities that have burned down,
Mhm.
that there's no way fire rescue could get out here with enough people to get anything under control on a winter
No.
dry day. So, and that's very true in January, not always so much in July,
And we
but,
don't have fire hydrants.
and
And
we
our
don't.
canals are low.
It's all the above. Check,
Yeah.
check, check. So yes, I'm glad. Are we gonna see this for the first reading in the May meeting?
Yes. Okay.
Super.
One thing I do want to also mention is that PBSO, if you remember, Eric Coleman said he would write us letters. So of course, I'm going to prevail upon him to give us a letter. And also Amanda to send up to the state to support our position on this. I just want to go back to code. As we're putting all these different things on the agenda, I think we need to probably make a workshop all about code. And we did that a couple of years ago. I am deeply sorry that my performance as a manager or in leading, the code efforts for the last several years have not been up to par. But we are catching up on 20 years of no code enforcement. We have done hundreds of code enforcement, and a lot of cases that people continue to complain about are running fines right now. And some of them are in title search so that we may foreclose upon them. Some of those properties are protected by religious regulations. A lot of the churches on Okeechobee are covered under something called RLUPA. In fact, I spoke with Ben Saver in Mr. Torcivia's office and also our planner. And I am, whether anybody knows it or not, I have my AICP. So, the RLUPA could perhaps put a little snag in our ability to get some of those things changed as quickly as we'd like to. Furthermore, with regard to the trucking, the big trucking companies that people think are getting away, they're just moving around. So we're just chasing them to every property that they're going to. The manure, we did NOVs for manure today because people have gone crazy with manure everywhere. We have transfer stations here in town. Livestock waste was always something that we've needed to fix The last time that it was looked at was a very long time ago. My contract ends September 30th. I pray to God that we can talk about some kind of change to those ordinances that we have on livestock waste, because that would be the thing I most want to do to help fix the town. Not create transfer stations, but stop the ridiculous stuff that goes unchecked right now. Code, I always tell everybody, is answered by the code. Okay? And a lot of the stuff that we do in code enforcement is what I call after the fact building. Okay, because a lot of the stuff that we have to enforce is in building. And what we have here is we have a lot of people that think that they can do stuff without a permit. We cannot see behind their great big buffers. We want people to have buffers. Everybody wants their privacy, but we can't see what they're doing unless somebody lets us know. Now, I'll tell you what I do. I will be honest. I look at the aerials. I like to see what's going on. I can tell. And so can everybody. I know everybody uses those aerials to look at stuff. So we are chasing down the same stuff with nothing really strong enough to do much more than an NOV and a magistrate meeting and run fines, repeat violations, monetary damages, so on and so forth. I mean, the whole time I've worked here, I've been working on 1032 Hyde Park. He only now got an attorney, you know? So I'm not going to go to the long story about what we do. We've had 5 or 6 different attorneys work with us and 2 different outside firms work with us. When Council Member Coleman asked me about what about hiring somebody outside, the prices and effectiveness haven't seemed to make sense, but I will do that if we can't get someone to be hired. We have looked at the SOPs at least 5 times since I got here. We have a brand spanking new SOP, and all of the forms have been reviewed, and we're switching over to MGO. So that has all been done. In terms of what we do, I actually go out to properties. I don't know how many of you know that, but I know a lot of the people that are, you know, subject to our rules. So all I can tell you is 20 years is hard to undo. And with that, I am going to say that vested rights are not there because I'm ever going to give them to anybody. Vested rights are there when they exist. And what we have on Okeechobee is going to be a real hard thing to get rid of, but it might be something we can regulate because we have people who have used their property in the same way that they're using it now since 1973. That doesn't mean I think they should keep going. It means the tools that we have to bring them into compliance is by getting them to agree to a site plan. And when they agree to a site plan, we can hold them accountable. Where we get a site plan, they can change their access. Where we get a site plan, they can have greater buffers. Where we get a site plan, we can control the number of trucks. I'm not going to go on more and more, but for instance, the trucks are a problem. Let's talk about trucks. More trucks are in town because of the agricultural uses. Because some of the things that people are reporting to us are ag exempt and have multiple trucks. And we can't regulate multiple trucks at a nursery. You know, Altman, how many times have we talked about it? What we can do is we could look at new ways, you know, that maybe we look at a traffic study that does it by type of vehicle or weight or something, so we can get an assessment. There are different ways that we have to handle things, but our code, in summary, is the answer to the code. And if we don't have code to regulate what's there, we need to build code to regulate what's there, and we need to negotiate with people to get them into a compliance we can live with. We are losing tax money while they are destroying our roads. And that's what I'm going to leave you with. I am very committed to this town. I did not come to work here for any other reason except that I can make a lot of good changes, and I have. I am very proud of our staff. I have hired every person here. There's one person that was here before me, and that's Linda Waddell, who's still here. We've completely turned over the way Public Works goes. We're still working hard on code. Building, totally turned it over. We're about to go ahead and finish the software installation in Public Works, and you will have accountability in who does what when. And also, we are very accountable with what we do. We use a project and task management system called Asana. And if anybody wants to come in and look at Asana, it's there, and I'll sit down and I'll go over it with all of you. And then finally, I do not find email to be a productive venue for conversation. And I am going to tell you all that publicly. I'm not saying I won't email, but I will always try to help you when I send you an email. I am not going to argue with you in an email, in public, in private, or anywhere. I'm not going to argue with Glenn. I've had a very long and very good and satisfying career. I'm not wrapping it up arguing with a guy who I have great respect for. This whole thing of who shot John, he does not come back to life, no matter what. So you can tell me you didn't like what I did when I had the gun, but I shot what I was asked to kill. And that's the best I can do for you. And that's what I always try to do for you. Thank you very much. And I look forward to working with you till the end of my contract.
Is that you letting us know that you won't negotiate a new contract, or is that?
I have 2 months to decide. I will see how it turns out, that it looks like I will be successful for you or not. Because when someone becomes the issue, then they can no longer handle the issues. I have done nothing to make myself an issue. I have done everything I could to turn this place around. With regard to financial activity, we have never been in better financial shape. We have a capital project done. We got money out of the state. We got designated as a rural community, which gives us a whole lot more than anybody seems to realize. We got 3 million. That means we got 4.5 million. People actually don't laugh at the town as much as they used to. Okay. People drive around the town. It looks totally different. Okay. I don't want to argue with people who don't want me here. I will go. I do not need to stay. The town gives itself a black eye every time that everybody fights in here. I don't want to be part of the fist fight. So I leave you with, I love this community. I came here because I love it. I came here because what I'm doing here, I did once before. I did it in Wellington. Yes, I did. And I live there, but I have never once tried to make this place Wellington. It's not. It's 100% better and 100% different. And I do run out and save the trees whenever I can. And that was something I wanted to get done before I left here. Okay, we've taught people about what the rules were. Nobody followed a rule. Now they follow rules. People understand that there are repercussions. Mr. Yan, my heart bleeds for Mr. Yan. Mr. Yan has a neighbor who owns property and lives in Port St. Lucie and doesn't care what he's doing to Mr. Yan. And I don't want to talk about code enforcement because that breaks the rules, but it breaks my heart with the amount of effort that my staff has put in that we still can't meet the mark. I agree with deadlines. I can't make my staff work any harder to make deadlines. I agree with having to come forward and tell you about how many people we need to get the job done. You know how much we made in revenue and building? $300,000, not because we have more applications. Okay. Our auditor said, how did that happen? Well, you know how it happens? Because we've trained our building permit techs, and we didn't have trained people here before. We send everybody to training. Our code people go to training. Our public works people go to training. Our clerk people go to training. Everyone here goes to training. I do mine online, so the rest of the money can be available for everybody else. I have 3 certifications and my contract will pay for it, but I do it online so they can go. Okay, so everyone, let's think about how it is that we stop giving this town a black eye by the floor fight that happens in here almost every time we have a council meeting. There is no one bringing an item forward because we want it for us. We want it for the town, and we want you to discuss it and tell us what we should do. We only want the best. And so because I want the best, if I am the issue, I will leave. I don't need to go through any kind of public disgrace after I've done a very, very positive thing and had a very successful career. And I am happy to be accountable, but I can only be accountable to realistic goals. And I can only do it if we have enough resources. So I thank you. I'm sure that this was a whole lot more than anybody expected to hear from me. There are 2 more meetings until I need to make my decision, and I am hopeful that we will find a way to work very well together. I have worked very well with each one of you, whether you've been on or off the council, except as Councilmember Coleman said, Phyllis has always been on the council since I've been here. So if there is something I need to do better, I offer you the same thing I've offered every council person I've worked with and every member of my staff. Come in my office and talk to me. We do evaluations here, but my contract does not include an evaluation of me. And the reason why is because the town fights. And so doesn't matter how good of a job I do, it's only as good as we all do. So my contract includes a SWOT analysis and performance of the whole town. How do we do this year? Did we all bring forward the ordinances and resolutions that we were supposed to? Did we meet the project deadlines? Did we get the stuff done that we set out to do? That's the important stuff. And we have turned around the way that our residents feel about us. And we don't get a whole lot of customer complaints. We have had a lot of them lately, okay? But it's on engineering. We were asked to switch engineering firms, and that is the biggest set of complaints that we have ever had. They are a higher cost and a longer timeline. So I mean, I'm going to just leave it here and say thank you for this opportunity. Please come tell me what you would like to see us and me personally work on. I sent you all my contract. If there's something in there that you find disagreeable, please share it with me. I am, if not the lowest, I am among the lowest paid in Palm Beach County. What you pay someone is what you think of them. I don't care about money. I care about the town. I made way more than I make here 20 years ago. So bottom line, I am happy to talk to you about my contract, but only if I am not an issue, because we can't do anything if I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francine. Okay, Mr. Torcivia. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I needed a motion to extend, but I didn't get it.
So moved.
What time is it? Does any?
10:30.
It's 10:23.
Oh, that's actually the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we get a PO signed off for a couple of
More clocks.
batteries for the for the clock for the yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Mr. Torcivia.
Did you want me to do my report on item 19, which just under the town attorney report? Is that what you?
Well, I mean, generally, the way that we have done it in the past is that we have a backup of these things, so we just are able to read it, but I don't see a backup. Do you feel the need to give a long report? A short one would be
No,
better. And
no.
right here under it, you have status regarding sign code draft for review. I believe you sent me an email this week saying we would have it by April 4th, which is Thursday.
Yes, so what I'd like is some direction because and I also sent you all a letter that indicated that in June of last year, you passed a motion to refer the sign code that we had drafted that was based on the town's existing code to ULDC. And that never happened.
Okay, but
And
so.
and in February, I was directed to draft a brand new sign code. So my question is, which sign code do you want? Do you want the one that was supposed to go to ULDC? Or do you
So-
want the one we've been working on?
Well, so quite honestly, at this point, so much time has passed.
And it is the next thing in line to go to the ULDC, the one that's written now. So I would be in favor of saving the legal fees of having you draft what you promised for Thursday and just have it go to the ULDC first, then have it come to us. And then after the ULDC sends it to us, we can send it to you just to check for legal sufficiency, and that will save us some legal fees right there.
Mayor, with your indulgence, I shared with you an actual timeline of what occurred. I reviewed the June 4th meeting at which I was not in attendance, nor was Mr. Torcibia. You asked everybody to please table it. No one actually talked about what was going to ULDC. Councilmember Manelia jumped out and said, send it to ULDC. And I totally agree, the sign code should go to ULDC. But the sign code that we had is not a usable sign code for the town. You said I wanted to talk to the council about it, and that's why you asked to table it. I did not wait until February to ask the firm. As I said in my email to you, it was on May 16th that I said, where is the new one? And you and I met with Mr. Torcivia multiple times about the code. I believe they have a draft, and I think we should take receipt of that draft because we will be better served by the clean sign code. That does not mean that the ULDC can't look at all of the existing attempts, of which there have been many since 2018.
Do you have a draft?
We will on the 4th.
Right, we've been working on a draft that Francine's direction for the last 5 or 6 weeks. But again,
Okay,
we
well,
had
let's
one
move
that
that
was,
to the ULDC. I mean, they're ready for it now.
Yeah.
They've finished their
Mhm.
last big project and they're ready for it. But that's,
Mhm.
when's their meeting? Does anybody remember?
The
that?
14th.
How many years? The 14th?
Day before the volunteer appreciation.
You sent me an email promising this
It'll
revised
be
draft
done.
by the 4th, which is Thursday. So then that can be sent to the
Yes.
ULDC on the 5th.
Yep.
Okay, and you can send them, is everybody okay with this? Send them all other drafts too, so they can look at where we were at and where we are
April
now.
4th
or
is
should we just
Friday.
send it the complete draft? What do you think?
I totally don't understand what's going on because I
Yeah.
I did read through Francine's email response to what Mr. Torcibia provided. And it's clear from her response that she has a correspondence with a council member here that in the second paragraph, she's still advocating for a new sign code. So I don't understand what the May 16th claim is of they were supposed to write a new code, but she admits in January of 9th of 2025 that she didn't have direction for a new code. She's still advocating for a new code. What is the code status?
I did have direction for a new code. What happened last year, and I tried to mention it at last council meeting, and again, I have no interest in who shot John, but I was asked to enforce something through code that was not enforceable. And so I was asked to also go out and see how many places were in compliance with our existing code. When I went out to see that without driving very far, there were 52 non-compliance. In order to do non-selective code enforcement, if somebody has a problem and you know other people do, everybody needs to get the same code compliance. Now, I'm happy to take direction from the council however you wish to go, but to use a code that doesn't work doesn't make sense. And there was direction to get a new sign code. And I'm not making it up because I don't need any additional work. I provided all of the information and I had many conversations back and forth with regard to what the new sign code would look like. That was not in January. In January, I was following up to previous conversations that had been happening in the fall. And then before that, in the summer, and before that June 4th meeting in April and March. So all I know is we need a new sign code. We're going to have a new draft. We have old drafts. ULDC could look at everything and decide what they like, and then it is ultimately the council.
But isn't the existing code problem basically you cannot regulate content?
It is, but it is not, because we also have agricultural signs. And if you make it that limited of an issue, then you only handle that one issue. So we can send you, yeah, the sign code is many pages. I'll give you another
read the
example.
sign code.
Yeah.
As it
Another
currently
example.
exists on MuniCode.
Another example is how about on our commercial development on Southern Boulevard? Those folks should have master sign codes and they should be in compliance with the master sign code.
Yeah, I'm not,
I sat on PZB and we were told that the hotels one was in, like, within our current code. What does a master code got to do with Southern Boulevard? And aren't those people all in compliance? Weren't they all approved with their site plans, with the
Every
signs as
single one of those
proposed?
centers should come with a master sign code so that you're not having to go ahead and have inconsistency and,
Challenge.
and I would defer to, Councilmember
well, I mean,
Coleman.
Aldi and Wendy's are good examples. They came in, and applied for variances because needing 10 menu signs and this and that, and Aldi needed to have a sign big enough to fit the block in their building. It was a whole thing. I know the original start was, yes, the verbiage thing that, it was, it was a constitutional right to be able to say what you want to say on your sign, et cetera. But I mean, agricultural signs fall under agriculture. If I have a bona fide agricultural business, I'm not to pick anybody out, but I'm Altman Plants. I can put up whatever sign I want to put up
Correct.
because it's in support of the agricultural business, right? So the sign code wouldn't even cover that, because if it's in support of the agricultural business, they can pretty much, it can't be out in the easement, et cetera, but they can pretty much put a sign up on their property, right?
Agritourism came up with the idea that they want to have off-site signage. The other thing is that we don't necessarily allow mobile signage.
Well,
We also don't allow people to have skins on their car parked on a berm or parked in a parking lot. And we have a lot of different things that have changed relative to signs that just need to be considered. So we are going to have a new sign code that will incorporate some of those items. That's why I suggest we take the updated version on the 4th, send it out, and we will provide all of the older versions, and everybody could look at whatever they want and bring it forward.
well, I'm assuming the copy that's provided with the new one is going to it's going to be similar to what we see, strikes, stricken, and underlined, and things of that nature, correct? We didn't just go, here's your new code.
No, that's what I was directed to do, is come up with a brand new code. That's
No,
the difference.
I get you're directed to make a brand new code. That nobody's arguing that. Nobody's arguing that.
It's no underlines. It's a brand new code.
But if you're changing verbiage,
But he's not.
so we just made up a whole new code.
Right, that was my
So
concern.
now we're taking laypersons that are volunteers on a committee, or laypersons that are sitting up here just going, okay, so it's good. You understand what I'm saying? I mean,
I agree with you.
and you want them to compare the old one to the new one. I understand you're given a direction to make a new code. At this point in the game, it really doesn't matter who said, she said, we said.
No.
We made a new code, but how does it differ from the old code?
So they need to be provided with both is the point.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Now we're
She's saying that they will. be.
so I'll be interested to see how it comes out.
Well, my concern was the legal fees, because you already spent money for a code that was constitutionally compliant. It took your old code and revised it.
Well,
That was ready to go.
But it wasn't constitutionally.
Absolutely it
compliant.
was. The June 4th code that we provided after months of working with staff was constitutionally compliant. Now.
okay, but that wasn't the only direction though, right? Because we're saying we had issues all throughout the code. It wasn't just about the constitutional compliance in the First Amendment. That's not what the whole code was about. We all sit up here and say there are holes throughout the ULDC. Before Lisa and I sat up here this term, I had multiple conversations. There's holes throughout the code.
Right.
We know this. Everybody knows this, right? We all know it. So the idea that it was just about constitutional compliance, I don't even know where that comes from, to be honest with you, because that's not That's like saying what we were saying before about taking the code from page 1 to page 5,025 or however many of the pages there are and going through it and fixing all this stuff because we keep piecemealing stuff. So, okay, so we took the existing code and we took out the constitutional compliance. We could have done that one in one meeting. You just strike the language that says, that said, you can only have statements of this and this, right? So am I making sense here? Sometimes yeah. So that's you gotta understand that's where the frustration comes from. And I just got here. So, I mean, we've gone, the sign code's been brought up 10 times tonight. Maybe I may be off by my number, but the reality is we still want these volunteers to look at this sign code. And I mean, Jeff's not here Jeff's in the back. He could tell you, I sat in that seat and I told him, I said, I want this now. I want this now. I want this now. And I'm like, give me the sign. He goes, we don't have the sign code yet. I'm like, well, you want us to look at, we want stuff to do, right? But you got these folks that are going to sit here and let me tell you that those folks that are on that committee are going to pick apart what you wrote, even though they're not lawyers. Absolutely. Right? They're going to pick it apart and say that we don't like this, we like this, we like that. And that's what's going to happen. I just think we need to have a good base to start at. This is where we were and this is where we're going to be.
But you did have a sign code
We-
from
we-
June 4th meeting saying.
We had a sign code since we incorporated.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
Why has it been held up?
yeah. So I think I beat the horse. So I apologize, but
I think that they were working on another big project and now they're ready for the sign code. The sign code's gonna
Okay.
go to them. That's
So
what
we
I
make a motion
think
to,
happened. We already did send the sign code to the
Yeah.
ULDC.
Did
We
we
already
make a
said that
motion?
earlier. Yeah, yeah.
Was the
That was the
motion-
next thing that was going to them. Get the
Phyllis?
sign code and then,
yeah, that's on their schedule.
it's on their schedule. We did that.
There was a recommendation made, but not a formal motion.
Do we need to make a motion to send something to committee?
It's already on their schedule.
It's on their schedule.
That's the next item. They're waiting for it. Bated breath.
No, I was just letting you know.
comments, new, go.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, go. Make it right.
Absolutely.
Phyllis, do you have something to say?
I am definitely going to say something about the sign code. So I've got emails from 2018 regarding the sign code because every single year, by the way, we need to have an election every year. But every single year I end up in code enforcement. Every single year I run for election. So it's very interesting, Mr. Tercivia, that it was used against me every time, okay, with your legal sitting there, but it was never used. Even though complaints were made about other council members, hey, thanks for paving my road, vote for me, that nothing ever happened to them.
And we have nothing.
So
to-
I
we have
find
nothing
that
to do with
very
that.
interesting.
We have nothing
Your,
to do with that.
your attorney was sitting with those council members for 3 hours each every freaking week. So I find that I have a problem with that. And I think that's why we never got a sign code. And if you did write one,
You
I
have a
never
sign
saw it.
code. Your manager decided to ignore your direction and not send it to the
We're
ULDC.
not arguing.
How much clearer it could be? I mean, we didn't hold it up.
You keep using it against us.
Okay, all right. We're not doing that anymore. Okay. Did you have some other report that you wanted to give?
No, it sounds like we're sending both sign codes to the ULDC.
That's the plan.
That's what I
Okay,
heard.
thank you. Public Works Director. Do you have anything that you need to add tonight? God, no, you're good.
I have a question though.
You have a question for the Public
I
Works
do, I do.
Director? Okay.
I
Make it
found,
quick.
it will be, I found a previous, I believe it was a resolution for purchasing guardrail. I want to say it was 2024.
We have entered into a contract with a company to purchase guardrail.
Do we have plans on fixing guardrails in any?
At some point, it's not in this current year's budget.
It's
I
not
think
in
we
the
have to do it every year, particularly at D Road and collecting it.
And B North seems to have a target on it.
Yeah.
And one of my concerns is, and I don't live in this particular location, but as we fix North Road, what we saw with collecting canal when the material was put down and everything, those guardrails are now so low that you're gonna hit your tires and you're gonna go this way, you're gonna flip. So they're really not at a safety height that's gonna be effective. And I think as you go through the paving process, that needs to be simultaneous for our own obvious liability concerns.
Well,
Yeah,
that's gonna
and-
make them effective. They're expensive. Why have them if they're not working?
Well, and like part of the F-Road collecting canal culvert replacement is to fix those guardrails there. And so as we do work around the town, it's just, I mean, trust me, I have a list that's probably makes this book look small of things that need to be done in this town. The guardrail is, you're 100% correct. I mean, the guardrail laying collecting canal is too short. The guardrail, like a lot of these guardrails are either too low, too short, not, compliant with.
Well, B's
current
been
codes.
smashed and it's been smashed for 3 years.
Right.
So prior to your coming here, we had a situation. Don't know how one can make this happen this quickly, but we had somebody smash into it on one night and 48 hours later, a girl almost went all the way through it because she fell asleep. Remember that? The girl fell asleep on B Road and we had the guy smash it and no one ever caught him. And then she went almost all the way through it, like took her car and was hanging off the bank because it didn't get repaired quickly. Not that that would normally, but there was no cones, there was no indication that it had been damaged, so.
And guardrail is 100%. If anybody saw the accident that was in front of Public Works the other day, someone drove right through right past the guardrail, between the guardrail and the telephone pole, and drove right into the canal.
I guess it's
Had-
best
had
they
to be
didn't
doing.
hit best they didn't hit the
She
the
had-
telephone pole.
Four guardrail.
Yeah, she hit
That's
that,
ridiculous.
that whatever Boonies has out in front of it. That's not, that guardrail's in there to protect cars. That guardrail's to keep people from driving. I don't know what that guardrail's for, but, it's their guardrails, not the town's. But yeah, she managed to go between the guardrail and the telephone pole with her car. And she was like, when she splashed down, she splashed water out of the canal onto D Road. That's how hard she hit
On the south side of the,
There's a
she
video.
was,
I haven't seen
I
that.
have the video if you want to see it.
Yeah,
Okay, after the meeting.
yeah, yeah,
look at Videos.
but that's impressive.
Okay, all right, we're done with Public Works.
It's on the list.
Town
We're
Clerk, you have
compiling the
anything to add
Okay,
tonight?
thank you.
I just have a couple comments. We have the staff potluck on the 3rd at noon. We also have the RecGat committee on Thursday, April 3rd at 5 p.m. And also just keep in mind, we were talking about having the Family Fun Day celebration sometime in later October. Just keep in mind that we have our Veterans Day parade, or possibly we'll have our Veterans Day parade. No, I think that's November 11th this year. Or sometime in that time frame, just to be thinking about that,
I have a question.
ma'am.
Did we change our, staff, cooking meeting from the 4th to the 3rd?
It's always been like that.
No, I think it's always been the
It was
3rd.
always the 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you, because I had it down for the 4th, so.
No worries.
I thought it was a Friday for
Yep.
some reason.
Yep, and that's all from the office of the town clerk.
And good thing we took all the
Yeah.
meat out.
Is that it? Is
That's
that
all,
it?
that's all
Okay,
from the
thank
town
you.
clerk's
All
office.
right, let's try to, guys, we could get this in by 11 o'clock. It would all be really quick. Phyllis, what would you like to say in your comments?
I would like to say that regarding code enforcement, it has, we have tried everything. And when did we have the Beach Boys, Lisa? Remember the Beach Boys? Did we have the Beach Boys in 2020 CAP services? They were at the
No.
beach when they said they
Yes.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so we've all been here and we all thought they were doing their job. But they didn't realize they had a low deck on their car, and instead of being in our town, they were at the beach. So we decided, after hiring all these third-party agencies, to bring it in-house because we didn't have control over these employees. So I think Francine, she's got a couple of guys that have been working on it and trying to keep somebody and trying to find somebody full-time. So it is an ongoing process with code enforcement. It's a problem. I would like to see our town, and we have a lot of nurseries in our town, but I would really like to start working with the nurseries. And I've said this many times, to stop spraying pesticides and herbicides. We have people raising their kids and there's gotta be an alternative. So I'd like to at least bring them in and start talking to them about it. And hopefully we could stop spraying our canals because they're starting to look good. And what happens, is you spray them, they grow the sediment, you spray it, then it's ends up being silt, which is not a really healthy canal. Healthy canal is getting the debris and the vegetation out and having a clean bottom. So, I'd like to work more on that. I think the town has done a 180 since we've changed at least Public Works. I could see it townwide. I don't get as many complaints as I used to. Except for probably engineering the cost and the length of time it is taking to get an FDA and a site plan through them. So I think we need to work on that. I would like us to suggest that because we all work and we all work. Finally, we have a council that everybody works pretty much every day. Well, we need one retiree. So but I would like this particular council to really work together and to be really honest. If you don't want to talk to Francine or sit with Francine, sit with Jeff or somebody. But I'm just saying for us to go through the agenda and then all four of us go through the projects, but then you don't want to you don't get your answers from staff, but you want your answers here. I'm just saying, I feel that we've been trying to move forward because last year, the year before, everything was picked apart. The meetings took forever. And I think this council can get a lot more done. But we all have to work together and we have to work with what we have. So if that's only a suggestion. And with that said, I'm gonna say goodnight.
Okay, Lisa, you're up.
Yeah, thanks for calling me out twice tonight now for not meeting with staff. I really appreciate that.
Well, I can't talk to you on the phone.
So, there is a Senate bill that's moving forward, Senate Bill 1118, House Bill 1209, where we have, I think it's hey, we didn't fix it all with Live Local. Let's throw this one in.
It's pretty scary.
It's very, very concerning. I would like to get consensus to have Mr. Book and our other representatives up there to help Loxahatchee Groves take a stand against this. It is to put development without local oversight into agricultural zone properties. And I think we should also draft a letter from the mayor, also stating our position on that. Can I get some input on that?
Concur.
Yeah, Ronna emails an update every week, so we can email her back and say, hey.
Yeah.
We want you to take an active stand and draft a letter.
Okay.
Okay.
On
good.
that same note, I've had several agricultural properties approach me with concerns of the property appraiser taking away their classifications. When they follow best management practices, the county will say, well, that's not intense enough. Or that your pig or your sheep are not grazing animals. I know we've had issues with some of the equestrians where the property appraiser employees have stated that horses aren't grazing animals. One might want to question the horse. So I'd like again for council to support drafting a letter stating our position as a town and our agricultural approach and intensity, and also that we have a rural classification
I love it.
saying we support ag classifications.
Letter to the county commissioners or Keith Alexander or who, I mean.
All of them,
all of
maybe.
it?
Perhaps, I don't know, Francine may be able to say what are the best people to tag with that. But I think for sure the property appraiser herself, and possibly a copy to Keith as he's the ag dude, right?
I'd add him.
I've met him, I've spoken with him, but I think it's important that we stand firmly as a town on this matter so that our residents that are feeling like
Last.
the good, yes,
Yeah,
I
do
like
know
your
they
word.
I do know they take them away periodically and you have to like reprove.
Oh, you
your
have to
status.
fight.
Yes.
It is not easy.
Yeah, no, I did it. I mean,
Yeah.
I went through it because I had it and then all of a sudden I noticed it wasn't there and I'm like, and I went in and talked to Keith and he's like, well, you just have to. It really
That's not
wasn't-
what these people are experiencing. They're losing it
Really?
for a whole year,
Yeah.
paying 18,000 for
Wow.
taxes this
Yeah.
year and,
That is
know,
not
with-
what happened to me.
well, I would say they lack consistency for sure.
Yeah.
So do I have support for drafting a letter to the property
Absolutely.
appraiser?
Agreed.
Yep.
Awesome, awesome. So last couple things for me, we talked earlier about setting a deadline for things to be put on the website, a calendar for people to see. Because I know, looking even now at what's on April, a lot of these aren't even on the current calendar on the town website. Can we set like 5 working days is the minimum that something has to be on the town website in order to have the meeting be publicly notified properly?
Our code currently has something different. We can certainly do that unofficially.
What does our
Unless you
code
want,
say?
our code doesn't require us to do more
Nor
than,
does the state,
right,
so,
exactly, right.
but I would like to,
It was a 7-day requirement. Why do I remember that? from
No, there's
6
certain
years
things
ago?
that have a 10-day
items.
posting.
Certain items.
There's a series of different postings.
But that the agenda has to be posted.
Our rules have a 7-day rule.
Okay.
But for some agenda items, we have to have a 10-day posting. For the code enforcement stuff, has to be a 10-day posting. So no less than 5 days is not unreasonable.
5 business days. right, Which
Okay.
would basically be a week, right? Because you have the 2 weekend days, right, in between.
Okay.
All right, so consensus on 5 days? 5 working days?
Can you do it?
Wait,
Stanley?
what is,
Okay.
what are you asking
The
for
stuff has to
exactly?
be posted on the website, on the website, 5
Meeting-
days before
meeting
it
dates.
occurs or it can occur, basically. But that it has to be posted 5 days to be considered publicly noted. On the town website, in addition to wherever else it's posted. I know some things have to be advertised, I mean, there's different things, but Lisa's requesting that. Basically, she's requesting that the website be kept up to date is what she's requesting.
Well, 100% on that, but I don't know if, I think maybe can we have a pilot program on that? So in other words, let's make the recommendation, hopefully they can keep it going. And then we could, if it keeps going, I don't want to not have a meeting because it didn't get noticed on our website.
Well, then how's the
Is it-
public know that that meeting's happening?
Because don't we notice it elsewhere as well?
We do.
It depends
Yeah,
on
as
the
a-
Depends on the
meeting.
type of meeting.
Some
And the
meetings aren't noticed at
agenda-
all.
The agendas are posted on
If
the
you're talking
website, right?
specifically about the committee meetings,
Sorry, go ahead, Sammy.
if you're talking specifically about the committee meetings or the town council meetings, those are usually posted a week, if not more, time in advance without the agenda. Sometimes we'll just add the meeting date there, even if it's, 3 or 4 months
Well,
in
we
advance.
Continue to get complaints that they're not posted.
Oh, hold
so
on.
There seems to be some.
Can you
inconsistency.
clarify, because there's 2 calendars?
Mhm.
There's the Muni Code agenda calendar, which often doesn't match the actual town homepage calendar.
Right.
Mhm.
So,
They
We'll
need
work
to be
internally to make
consistent.
sure we get those updated for you guys.
I think
Well,
that's what she said.
Absolutely.
Because actually, I tried to find the agenda because it was in my car. And I tried to find it online on the website, couldn't find it. And then I went into my email and I couldn't find it there for some reason, I don't know. why,
Understood. We'll
but-
go through and make sure all of those are consistently updated.
Yes,
Mhm.
so, and maybe bring it back as a resolution for us to codify that as a requirement in the future. So. And then lastly, the agenda was late. And we said last time, agendas can't be late. And that there would be consequences
It's supposed to be out Wednesday
at 5 p.m.
by 5.
It is, and we did have limited staff last week and it went out at 7:42. Last week was spring break. We had very few staff. This week, we still have very few staff. So yes, it was at
So can we
7:42.
leave it by midnight at least, so if they are backlogged.
No,
they can
because we
get it.
require a 7-day notice of that agenda being
Right.
posted.
Oh, that's
So I don't think it's about bending the rules. It's about basically saying,
the agenda.
this
needs to be
agenda
on
was late.
Tuesday.
We agreed last time that they wouldn't be late. Can we give a verbal warning that next time there will actually be perhaps a written warning, right? And then the next time there's going to be an actual, some sort of punishment for that being late. What does that look like? I think that's something we should be discussing.
I'm not,
Punishment.
I do not believe the charter does allow that. Now, if you wish to do that to
There's
me
that too.
and say if the agenda went out at 7:42 and you want to give me a demerit every time, go for it. But I'm going to tell you that we have circumstances where people are working their tails off, trying to get the thing done. That was the case of last Wednesday. We did not have Sammy. We had Enya doing the whole agenda. Valerie was not in the office, and we didn't have the full team trying to get it together. You're 100% right. It was late. It went out Wednesday at 7:42. It should have gone out earlier. I think we left the office at 6:30, but I guess I'll take the demerit every time it goes out late, but I don't know that I can make it not be after 5.
But this is not about hashing out that this agenda's late. This is a classic problem. It continues all the time. It's not giving you a demerit every time. It's deciding at what level of acceptance does council say that's okay. I understand RETGAC is meeting Thursday night, correct? I spoke with my appointee, which my seat says it's vacant on the agenda. And they said they're being told that there's going to be stuff added at the agenda Thursday night.
By a committee member, not by the staff, and I don't know that we have the documents to hand it out to them. And they can decide not to accept it.
Okay. I don't think you're not really understanding the point. The point is that the getting things to fall into some semblance of order and timeliness requires sticking to deadlines. I do dressage. I ring a bell. If you're not in my ring in 45 seconds, you're eliminated, right? I mean, if you show up, it's just not going to work.
Can I
right?
chime in on your thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Is it possible, I realize the agenda is supposed to be ready Wednesday. Is it possible for staff, being that we're expecting it and the public is expecting it on Wednesday, is it possible for you to tell staff, we need it by Tuesday? Anything
have.
that's not in it by Tuesday?
I have.
Isn't gonna be in it.
I
Is that-
have. Okay.
So, I mean, if they,
I would say if you don't have the backup. I think I agree.
Don't
If you don't have the
take the
backup
item
by
out.
close of business Tuesday, then pull
Take
the
the
item
item
off
out.
the agenda, even if we've directed it that it's
Well,
on there, because if you can't.
I understand there are deadlines. I know that Valerie has worked very hard. She created that Asana flow program where things have to hit certain deadlines. I understand the reason we didn't get our printed agenda was because there was still changes being made after it was posted. And I believe item 12 doesn't even have page numbers, which tells me it was added after the fact. So again, whether it's pull an item because it didn't come out in a timely way, but I think knowing the truth behind what's going on is still critical.
well,
So,
sometimes they don't get back up, and that's what they're waiting for. So I would suggest, let's tell staff, if you don't have your backup, then pull it, come to the meeting and explain to us why you don't have your backup. who did not supply the backup, where the disconnect was. But
1 sec. I think we need a motion to extend, right?
second,
Oh, yeah.
Ding.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, I didn't get us out by 11. My bad.
Well,
So
yeah, well.
I think maybe at the next meeting, we can,
discuss
maybe-
that further.
Yeah, make that a discussion for what does that look like? And I think that kind of wraps up for me. So thank you, everybody,
And then
on
Mallory
those
will
two
do
items. Yeah.
Paul,
Ah, cool. First off, I noticed something, and this just might be my picky, old school Loxahatchee guy, Loxahatchee Groves guy. But, I know social media, I got a nice little, I forget it was Twitter, Instagram, whatever, little pop-up. And it was something about the, last frontier, us being the last frontier. It was literally a picture of the western end of our town. It was looking off past 162nd down to Okeechobee. I don't know, the school was on the left side and the Pepper Field was on the right. So I don't know. Wasn't looking into the town. It was looking out of the town. It's supposed to be the town. So it's just me being picky. I don't know. It's just a little picky. There was a picture said the last, no, it was looking out past 162nd. It was on like Instagram. It was the Town Loxahatchee Groves post. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It was like a drone pic over Okeechobee Boulevard looking out. So anyway, just, yeah, I get,
We'll
I-
have to check it out, what's going on.
I get picky about 33470 saying another community all the time instead of, anyway. So along the line of with Lisa's letter to about the bill and support of the bill, there's actually a bill, and I can't remember the number off the top of my head, that's coming out as well, about it's going to change kind of the landscape of building departments, allowing private providers which are independent engineering firms, to do every single bit of the building department's job in-house. They don't have to submit for a permit with the building department. They don't have to get inspections with the building department. Currently now they can submit for the permit and they can do everything inside, but the CO is granted by the building department. This is taking everything out. So I would urge that we
strenuously object.
strenuously, yes, thank you very much for clarifying. If everybody,
Strenuously object.
Once you actually know the bill number, yes.
I'll-
Well.
I know, I-
No, it needs to, I will email the bill number to Francine tomorrow and she can share all that.
Fully support.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Let's see, and the last thing, or last two things, Okeechobee Boulevard cleanup on,
Both took things away.
sorry.
It's great. No, that's awesome.
My, LGLA is doing a cleanup on Saturday. If your high school age student needs, or you want to accompany your middle school age student, needs community service hours, the LGLA will be happy to grant those, for your assistance in cleaning up Okeechobee. We do it a couple times a year. We try to do it a couple times a year. The LGLA, adopted the road through the county. So it's our little pet project. We will have a team of adults out there. PBSO has graciously volunteered to help keep the road speed down and keep things safer for everybody involved. So come out. You don't need any tools, just need sunscreen. Cool, and we were trying to be done. Registration starts at 7:30, and we hope to start at 8, promptly 8, and we will wrap up around 11:30, so we're done before the real heat of the day. And other than that, I echo what Phyllis was saying about working together. I think we have an opportunity here that we haven't seen in a long time, if ever. We're not too polarized. I think the key factor is that we all of us sitting up here want the town to move forward in a positive direction. and we want what's best for the town and the people in the town. So I fully I fully believe in the part of the oath that says I'm here to defend the charter. I'm here to uphold the charter. And I'm here for the people of the town of Waxahachie Groves. I am not here for Paul Coleman. And I intend to stick by that. So if I say something to one of you at some point that offends you, I apologize. Please let me know, or to staff, because sometimes, as all of you have known me for quite some time, that sometimes I say some things. But the intention is not malicious, I guess is where, it's not malicious. It's not vengeful. It's not anything like that. It's just strictly to get to the crux of the problem and to solve the problem and keep moving forward. So I appreciate everything that everybody does and appreciate all the welcome that everybody's given me. So thank you very much. Good night, Mayor.
So several of my things got taken off my plate by other council members, so that's awesome. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Paul. But I did get an email this week about the Waxahachie Groves Carnival, which we have had a booth at every year. So I don't know what we need to do. Sammy, if you can reach out to have our little booth there again, if we want to do our seedlings again. They were also looking for donations, so I don't know. Did we make a motion? Did we give them a donation?
$500.
Huh? We
I
did?
think we increased it to 1,000.
Oh,
We
yeah.
weren't, Mayor Browning had a huge problem with doing that. Because it's a Palm Beach County school and we all already donate to it. So
Well, let's put it on that agenda coming up, the mid agenda, because it's coming up pretty quick to decide whether it'll be a 500 or 1,000. I, like Phyllis, think 500 is sufficient.
Yes.
I'm not sure why it got raised to 1,000, but I think 500 is sufficient, and have our little booth there where we give out our seedlings or whatever, and we all take turns being there. I personally think that is, but we can put that on that agenda and have a little discussion about it. And fill out whatever paperwork we have to fill out to have our little booth. I'm sure they'll have something. And the other thing that
let's give out turtles.
the other thing that I want to just reiterate is that I'd like a schedule of the major contracts, and let's start going over them, because that's something that needs to be done. They need to be reviewed, and we need to decide whether we're going out for RFPs, whether we want to make changes, whether we don't want to make changes, or whatever for all of those major contracts. So that would be legal, trash, engineering. There was another one. Oh, and PPSO, you can put that one last, because that'll be coming up for renewal about the time we get to it. So, okay.
PPSO is a 3-year contract. so
Yeah, we
it's a
just
long-
did it.
Yeah, I'm aware, but we could also take a look at it. We don't have to- Yeah. We could take a look at it. Okay, so, and with that said, I do recognize, I want to parrot on something Paul said. I do honestly believe that, the council that we have at this time is truly a council that is invested in the town. And I think that's really awesome. And I fully recognize that we're not always all going to think the same way or get to the same conclusions the same way. But I would ask that we try to recognize people's strength, accept their weaknesses, certainly hold them accountable. But I think practicing a little bit of kindness might be something that we could all benefit from, to each other and to the public and to everybody that we encounter. And so I would like to keep this kind. It's I think it's more productive, that thing you can get more with honey than you can. Yeah. So anyhow, thank you very much, everybody. I have a motion to.
No, say something about Marge, please.
Good
Marge.
night, Marge, she's not here. Okay, all right, guys. I could have a motion. to
Quick
adjourn.
recovery, Marge.
Second.
Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. From your hangover.
My knees will fall.
Well, I-